Korea is behaving dangerously and something has to be done.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't like to talk about what I have planned, but I have some pretty severe things that we're thinking about. That doesn't mean we're going to do them.
This after North Korea's latest test launch of a missile that could reach the U.S. The president about an hour ago at a news conference in Poland where he was also asked about Russian campaign meddling.
I think it could very well have been Russia, but I think it could well have been other countries, and I won't be specific.
He lashed out at the media for getting information wrong and called out former President Obama for doing nothing to stop Russian interference after being told about it in August.
He thought Hillary was going to win. And if he thought I was going to win, he would have done plenty about it.
President Trump also praised Poland as a key ally.
He said that, Poland is one of the few nations that actually meets its commitment to spend 2% of its GDP on defense and is now pledging to spend even more, something that he's been calling for since the very early days of his campaign. He also talked about how Poland has been a critical ally, fighting alongside U.S. troops in both Iraq and Afghanistan.
Fox's Kristen Fisher in Warsaw. The president has also attended a summit in Poland. In about an hour, he'll lay a wreath at a monument in Warsaw, then deliver a speech before moving on to Germany for a G20 summit of world leaders, including a meeting tomorrow with Russian President Putin. Secretary of State Tillerson will also be there.
We have been engaged with Russia for some time now to identify areas that we should have mutual interest, and Syria is certainly one.
The earth quaked just after midnight in western Montana. A magnitude 5.8 shakeup felt as far away as Idaho.
At this time, we have some minor reports of damage to buildings in the area.
U.S. Geological Society geophysicist Robert Sanders. There was also a brief power outage in the town of Lincoln and a gas leak in Helena. This is Fox News. Fair and balanced.
72 degrees, partly cloudy skies this early morning. It's 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott in the Nissan of St. Charles newsroom. Nissan of St. Charles, home of the Lifetime Advantage Warranty. Illinois could see its first budget in almost 3 years by the end of the day, but at what cost? The Illinois House is due back in Springfield this afternoon and try and override Governor Rauner's budget vetoes. The next state budget showdown will happen in a few hours, with the governor possibly on the brink of a major political defeat as well. AM 560's David Stewart has more.
The House adjourned Wednesday without taking a vote to override Governor Rauner's veto of the budget passed over the weekend, as the Senate's already done. Rauner urged the 15 House Republicans who backed the budget not to vote to override, and he railed against Speaker Michael Madigan and the Democrats.
They wanted a crisis. They wanted to hurt innocent people, to force a tax hike with no changes to the system. That's been their goal from day one, and we have got to stand against it.
The budget contains an income tax hike, but none of the so-called reforms on which Rauner has been insisting. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
Meantime, even with a 32% hike in your income taxes, Illinois will have junk credit. Moody's Investors Service says yesterday's $5 billion tax increase on the table inside the new state budget is a step forward, but because the budget does not deal with Illinois' $250 billion pension debt or a backlog of unpaid bills, credit could still move to junk. Chicago police are expressing frustration over an extremely violent 4th of July weekend. Between Friday and yesterday, over 100 were shot, 15 killed. The department conducting a comprehensive review of that situation. Cook County Commissioner Richard Boykin was joined by the Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr. as the pair announced what they call a state of emergency tour.
We demand that we make sure that our neighborhoods are safe and that our kids aren't gunned down.
The amount of gun violence is perplexing some police experts because successful tactics deployed over Memorial Day weekend did not seem to work over the 4th holiday. An investigation is underway this morning after a 12-year-old Chicago boy drowned at a church in northwest Indiana. Authorities say Davion Henderson was found unresponsive in a pool Tuesday at Fairhaven Baptist Church in Chesterton. Authorities are questioning a person of interest following a deadly stabbing on Chicago's far south side. Police say the victim's body was found with those stab wounds yesterday in an apartment near 103rd and Halstead. Bond set at $3 million for the man accused of attacking another man last weekend with a nail gun in Cary. Edward Zegers was charged Monday with attempted murder and home invasion and residential burglary. One man is in critical condition, pulled from Lake Michigan on Chicago's south side. The incident happened last night at the 31st Street beach. Cook County leaders are threatening to cut 10% from their budget. If a judge blocks the county's shaky but proposed soda tax, judge last week put that tax on hold. Store owners say the tax is confusing, and the judge agreed, saying it doesn't treat all customers or sweetened drinks the same. Illinois State Board of Elections not quite sure what to make of President Trump's vote fraud commission. The Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity is asking states for voter information and patterns to look for fraud. Cook County commissioners are proposing the creation of a county ID card for people living in the U.S. without documentation. Planned by Commissioners Chuy Garcia and John Fritchie, similar to one that will be implemented in the city of Chicago later this year. Ian Happ with the go-ahead two-run single in the seventh. Cubs rally past the Rays 7-3 at Wrigley Field. A's build a 6-0 lead and hold on for a 7-4 victory over the White Sox in Oakland. Bulls quickly come to terms with their first-round pick, Lauri Markkanen, agreeing on a 4-year deal. He'll head right away to the West and take part in the Summer League contests that are scheduled to begin this weekend for the Bulls. The news service of Napa Auto Parts. This month at participating Napa Auto Parts stores, the Napa Bucket for $3.99 is back. Not only will you get 20% off 3 or more items you can fit inside, but they'll also donate $1 to the Intrepid Fallen Heroes Fund with purchase while supplies last. Exclusions apply. 5:07, check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
According to the forecast, it's going to be a long, hot summer. Russian collusion, James Comey,
obstruction of justice, impeachment, White House leaks, Jeff Sessions, climate change, Islamic terrorism, Vladimir Putin.
Join AM 560's Joe Walsh for a very special event on Tuesday, August 22nd. It's the Summer of Trump, live at the Bolingbrook Golf Club, hosted by Joe Walsh and featuring Hugh Hewitt and Guy Benson. Tickets are available now at 560theanswer.com/summer. That's 560theanswer.com/summer.
You are about to hear from Dr. Douglas Howard.
After 20 years and tens of thousands of success stories, Balance of Nature is still the only pure whole food supplement available. Balance of Nature has served more than 500 million servings of fruits and vegetables. Don't accept imitations, copies, or substitutions. Our success stories are unique to Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. You'll know you have the real thing when you open the bottles and see, smell, and taste real produce.
It is worth every penny I pay because they really have made such a difference in my life. It is making me feel a whole lot better.
Even my doctor thought it was a good product.
Take Dr. Howard's Health Challenge and find out how to get 2 free sets of fruits and veggies. We'll even ship them to you for free. Call now for details.
Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
With Quicken Loans, the outdated and complicated mortgage process is a thing of the past. Our simple process helps you understand all the details so you can be confident that you're getting the right mortgage. Take your mortgage to the next level and call 800-QUICKEN or go completely online with Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. No matter how you prefer to work with us, we've got what you need to get you through the mortgage process with ease. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Whether you're looking to purchase or refinance, now is the time. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.875%, APR 4.23%. Call 800-QUICKEN or get started online at rocketmortgage.com. Apply simply, understand fully, mortgage confidently.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
5:09. Let's check the roads this early morning in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Al Verde's in for Jim Talamonte this week. Good morning, Al.
Good morning, Mike. Hey, on the Tri-State northbounds, but south of 57, we have an accident that's got the right lane blocked, so keep an eye out for that. Other than that, most of the area roads are in good shape. Eden's 19 either way between Lake Cook and the Kennedy Junction. Kennedy in or outbound, just 20 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Eisenhower's wide open, 29 either way from Thorndale to the post office. No delays on the Stevenson or 55. Dan Ryan up or down from 95th to downtown. That's just a 15-minute ride. 57 Bishop Ford, and again, all the other expressways and tollways looking good. Traffic is service of Burger King breakfast. Right now at participating Burger King restaurants, you can get 2 croissant-wich breakfast sandwiches for just $4. That's 2 croissant-wich breakfast sandwiches for just $4. It's breakfast on a light, flaky croissant. Only at Burger King. Price and participation vary. Restrictions apply. Traffic answers when you need the most. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer is next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center with our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, hot and humid with partial sunshine. High 91. Tonight, partly cloudy with a strong late-night thunderstorm, which could bring damaging winds. A low tonight 70. Sun and clouds tomorrow, high 83. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
71 at O'Hare, 75 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 5:30. Continuous news coverage, 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. And in for Amy this morning is Chicago Tribune columnist extraordinaire, the inimitable John Cass. John?
I'd rather you call me the lovely John Cass.
Lovely, leggy.
Based on what, your excesses of yesterday. I can't believe I'm here again.
Leggy, blonde John Cass, who, as far as we know, has good prostate health. We found that out yesterday.
Listen, I have some breaking news.
Okay.
I live in a western suburban village.
Yes.
It's very quiet, which is why I moved there, away from the automatic weapons fire that we experienced in Logan Square,
or Streeterville, apparently.
And the car got broken into the other day.
Your car got broken into in front of your home?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. And it was a typical journalist car with a lot of books, notes, and everything. Nothing serious, but it was stuff was taken out and thrown all over because there was no money or beer in it. And they left me one thing. What they did not take?
A tutu.
A pocket Constitution.
That's the one thing they did take.
Yeah, they left that alone. They left it alone. I just wanted that on the record.
That would make sense that they would, even a criminal couldn't take your Constitution from you.
Right.
So did you find the culprits?
No.
Is this? Do you have a dragnet going on? Have you scrambled the local police force?
Have I called my clout? No.
Yeah.
It's just some kids.
Those kids are going to rue the day.
I'd like to catch them, tan their hides with a cane.
Well, there have been stories about kids coming out from the city to the suburbs to steal nice cars.
Well,
right?
don't worry.
That's not unusual.
A boring old guy gray Honda sedan is not really a nice car.
Yeah, but it's a John Cass sedan. That's a collector's item.
Right. With all my,
exactly. if those kids, you know where this is going to end up? Those kids are going to sell it on the black market. They're going to put it through a chop shop. They're going to sell it to Jerry Rich.
Car's fine. He's
going to put ultimately they're coming back for it.
Yeah.
This was a warning shot. Jerry Rich is going to buy it. He's going to put it in the museum.
That's the guy from John Wick, too?
No, Jerry Rich, who's the guy, Rich Harvest, the golf course out there.
Okay. Sorry,
he's got this car museum that's bigger and better and more robust than anything Jay Leno could assemble. And he's got like a 1941 Duesenberg. I think Goebbels drove Hitler in it. And your little Honda Accord or whatever it is going to be right next to that. So you can visit it. The point is you can visit it. You just have to be patient.
I will.
Okay, so big question. we'll start the show with is, will John Cass allow himself to be blackmailed and not post any more Trump videos? Right. I mean, have you learned your lesson? You apologize to CNN. They are hiding your identity.
That is one of the more frightening stories, besides the North Korean intercontinental missiles, the fact that CNN can threaten an American citizen with exposure if he behaves.
Well, this has been called blackmail by Rush Limbaugh, of course, and many other conservatives. CNN saying we're not going to disclose the name because he apologized profusely, said he would never do it again, took down other offensive posts. This is CNN with a guy who made the video of Trump wrestling a CNN head.
I thought it was funny.
It
was funny.
Right.
It was kind of funny.
But it was hysterical. The response from the left is
Brian
hysterical.
Stelter, I can't say.
He's intolerable. That is the most. I think he is the most insufferable person on cable news, and that's saying something. Best ever was Michael Wolff from like Hollywood Reporter, Vanity Fair, when he was on with Stelter, and he had said things about Stelter as well as many members of the press corps that populate cable news, and he didn't back down. Wolf didn't back down when Stelter kind of prompted him to say, you've had some criticism of me. And Wolf just says, well, yeah. I mean, I find you oftentimes just rather ridiculous. It was just so fantastic. But by the way, this is a good little commentary Neil Cavuto had on Fox Business on this whole topic of what incites violence when it comes to speech and what doesn't. So the emphasis on this is from everyone from Jeff Goldberg, the editor at The Atlantic, to all the New York Times responding to the CNN video, how Trump is inciting violence. He's going to be responsible if violence is committed against a reporter. But in the instances of actual leftist violence, the D.C. press corps has no problem with. Listen to a little bit of Cavuto on the topic.
So ABC News reports that after his CNN wrestling tweet, President Trump will have to own any violence that might come as a result. The New York Times cites some journalists' fears the wrestling-themed portrayal of violence is dangerous, saying that it could incite attacks or threats against news media employees. CNN itself says it is a sad day when the President of the United States encourages violence against reporters. But I guess it's really not a sad day when its former New Year's host, Kathy Griffin, holds up the president's bloody head. Not so sad there. Or when a Shakespeare in the Park troupe murder Caesar-style President Trump look-alike. No, that's okay. Just like rioters at UC Berkeley turning violent to shut down a pro-Trump speech by Ann Coulter is okay. Only weeks after doing the same exact thing to protest another conservative speaker was deemed okay. Or turning over cars and lighting them on fire at the president's inauguration is okay. Or left-leaning professors urging violence against Trump supporters, including one, Eric Clanton, arrested for assaulting Trump backers with a bike lock. That's okay. Or liberal actor Sarah Silverman calling for a coup. That's okay. Or actor Charlie Sheen calling for the president's death. That's okay. Or Johnny Depp musing about another actor killing another president. That's okay.
You get the point. It's a long laundry list that Cavuto ticks off, but it's for emphasis, and doesn't he have a point?
You have to see, Dan, you are isolated here in the Salem Broadcasting, what is it, cocoon?
Yeah.
Right? You're not really
where this is like the Eichmann booth here.
You're not out in see the hand-wringing firsthand. I see it every day in newsrooms. People, and they wring their hands and they worry about Trump.
Well, they
rather pathetic.
Well, they worry about him, but again, they worry about him so much that we've talked about this before.
He's a dictator.
But right, so over the top,
right,
so evidence-free, and so hypocritical. Right. So the standard they set forth is a standard for Trump only, and it runs counter to the standards they otherwise set on topics that are supposed to be of particular import to the Fourth Estate, like the First Amendment. So I don't have any problem with this. I mean, I don't. I think it's
amusing.
I think it's juvenile. I think it's canned. I think it's unimaginative. But I don't have a problem with the Julius Caesar where Trump is Caesar. I don't have a problem. I mean, not that I think it's in poor taste, but I wouldn't prohibit what Kathy Griffin did.
It's called the First Amendment.
Yeah,
sir.
I wouldn't curtail anybody's speech. I would curtail rioting because that's not speech, that's violence. But that's the point. It seems to me, your colleagues losing any sense of proportion and eliminating all standards by which they otherwise suggest they live their professional lives.
I'm not saying that my colleagues at the Tribune eliminate standards
generally,
because they don't, but when you look at the sort of Pollyanna-ish CNN, you know the usual suspects, and they are freaking out. It makes me laugh. It makes me laugh because they're the first group that bring up the sensitivity or the thought police. And the larger story about CNN is that it's acting as the thought police on this fellow who did the Trump video.
Although this is not the government.
No.
This is CNN saying, if you do this, we shall do that. Because CNN has every right to publish the guy's name, too. So
Actually, why don't they, if the guy is associated with alleged racist and anti-Semitic remarks as well, why don't they apply their own standards to having to out everyone who feels that way?
Yeah,
name him.
I think that's the more interesting question, isn't it? They're pulling their punches because they got something out of him that they wanted, which goes again to say standard free, no standards. They're just expedient. They're just like politicians. They're just interested.
Like government.
They're transactional, and they're interested in expedience to benefit themselves in the immediacy, not any kind of standards that you can rely on. And that's a big difference. And we're going to pick it up on CNN because James O'Keefe over there at Project Veritas has a new undercover video talking to an associate producer of the morning show with Chris Cuomo. And some interesting comments from this associate producer that speak to some of the issues we've raised here.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Today, the weather, it's going to be hot and humid with partial sunshine and a high of 91. And tonight, partly cloudy, a strong thunderstorm. Late storms may bring damaging winds, low of 70. One thing, the fire tied the Portland Timbers 2-2.
Of course they did.
And they continue their unbeaten streak. It's just fantastic. And even David Haas said he has to go to a fire game.
The great David Haas.
Because John Cass is right, he said. Yes.
So Ann B. Davis's bowling ball tweeted in, I like my coffee hot, my beer cold, and my sports games to end with a winner.
If you can't bet Americans, if you can't bet on it, I guess you don't like it. But too bad.
Correct.
Now let's go on to the traffic. Who's doing the traffic today?
Oh, it could be me, Al Verdi.
Hey, Al Verdi.
Hey, John, Dan. All right, we have some closures in Palos Hills for the Palos Hills Friendship Festival. 86 closed both ways between 111th and 109th. 88 shut down both ways from 107th to 109th. Those closures go until the evening of July 9th. In Grant Park, closures also through Sunday evening. Congress shut down Congress Plaza Drive to Columbus. Jackson is closed from Michigan to Lakeshore Drive, and Columbus is closed between Roosevelt and Monroe. No delays on the Edens or the Kennedy at this time. Eisenhower, 29 either way from Thorndale to the post office. Stevenson looks good, and Dan Ryan in. It's 18 from 95th to downtown. Back down to 95th, no delays there. 57 in, slows a bit from Halstead to the Rhine, and Bishopport inbound from 111th to the Rhine. A little bit of a backup there. I'm Al Verdi in the Alarm Detection System Traffic Center.
If you have pain, listen up. Dennis Prager here. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You don't have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. So, Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of its side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you can be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com.
The key to success? Keep it simple, especially when it comes to hiring. And nobody makes it easier than Indeed.com. Post a job in minutes. Set up screener questions. Manage your candidates from one dashboard. According to an independent study, 5 times more hires are made through Indeed than any other job site. New users claim your $50 credit to post a sponsored job at Indeed.com/credit. Indeed, the world's #1 job site. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Hi, I'm Jim McCann, chairman of 1-800-Flowers.com and co-founder of Smile Farms. With nearly 80% of adults with developmental disabilities being unemployed in the United States, we decided to try and do something about it. Smile Farms makes a positive impact on the lives of those with special needs by creating meaningful work experiences at local farms and greenhouses.
To find out how you can make a donation and change a life, visit smilefarms.org. That's smilefarms.org.
You all know America's Bar and Grill in Hoffman Estates has the best Tuesday night trivia in the Northwest Burbs, right?
Woo! Yes!
Good. But did you know every time you play and win at America's Bar and Grill, you and all your trivia teammates are qualified to win tickets aboard their 8th annual party bus to a Cubs game?
That's right, baby. VIP.
Plus, all trivia players receive 30% off their food orders. Now, just for listening to AM 560 The Answer, they're offering you a chance to qualify to win 2 tickets aboard the America's Bar party bus to a Cubs game. Just answer this simple trivia question. What movie is this quote from? You're killing me, Smalls. Post your answer on the America's Bar and Grill Facebook page, and you're entered to win. It's that easy. For more info about America's Bar and Grill, visit americasbar.com or on Facebook at America's Bar and Grill. America's Bar and Grill, they have it all. Sports, indoor bags, pool tables, darts, dancing, and Trivia Tuesdays.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and John Cass. So Project Veritas, their American Pravda investigation, that's a little unnecessarily sensational, but that's James O'Keefe and the crew over at Veritas. It doesn't mean they don't get some good work done. It's their expose on CNN. Here's the 3rd installment, which features an associate producer for the New Day show, which is their morning show on right now. We see it right here with Chris Cuomo and Allison Camerata, right? Yeah. Chris Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo's bro. Maybe the next vice president of the United States, a Cuomo and Cuomo.
Yeah. He's inspiring.
Yeah, here's
got the cleft chin.
Here's their associate producer Jimmy Carr talking unknowingly to one of O'Keefe's undercover reporters about how crazy Trump is and how stupid you are.
We all recognize he is a clown, that he is hilariously unqualified for this, that he's really bad at this, and that he does not have America's best interests. We recognize it's justified and crazy.
Would it be fair to question the intellect of the American voter?
Oh, no, they're stupid as shit. I hate to be this.
What is that? Wait.
Yeah.
What did he say? What does CNN producer think about the American people, some of whom may be listening to our voices right now? What did he say?
Stupid as dung.
He didn't use dung.
No, he didn't, but you get the point.
I got my hand out. It's my right hand. The fingers are spread. And here's what I say to you, dude. Na fisado. Blow on this, baby. Stupid. That's a typical attitude.
Well,
everybody's stupid if they don't agree with me and I'm on the left.
That's why they're profiling it to allow you to hear them in their own words on Kellyanne Conway, because, criticizing a woman's looks.
She's kneeling on the couch.
Is off limits. I mean, unless it's from the left.
Sorry, Kellyanne Conway. What's she look like? Is she the one with the... She looks like she got hit with a shovel. She looks like she got hit with a shovel.
Kellyanne Conway looks like she got hit with a shovel. That's not a compliment. Now, to be fair, they also don't think too much of Chris Cuomo, their boss over there.
Well, that's the gravitas. I've been sat I've last an hour and a half listening to you. You're extremely intelligent. You're very well spoken. And I think you're a far better presenter than Chris Cuomo, just in how you present the issue. I totally disagree with you. I'm not drunk either.
I cannot technically say anything, but I can simply say that there's a lot of us that spend a lot of time in the newsroom criticizing just the same points.
Just the what?
The same points.
Yeah,
I just can't stand the hell out of it. It's on. It's really shut up.
It's a little hard to hear because of the restaurant, but he says we can't stand that guy. When he talks, it's basically like shut up. So I mean, we can forge agreement on that score.
I think you miss an important point here on CNN.
Yeah,
he's called a presenter.
Well, yeah,
right, because he is a talent, and that's one thing. And I have to say that at WIND, I've never experienced this ignominy, but at other places, when I wander into the broadcast sphere, people say, "Is the talent ready?" At which point I give a mutza right to their face.
I refer
talent?
to
What am I, some JoJo, the dog-faced boy clown for you? Talent? Is this the Ed Sullivan show? I'm going to start spinning plates and having Topo Gigio talk out of my hand? No.
You're funny like Topo Gigio.
Talent.
You're funny like a
They call
dog-faced
them
boy.
talent, my friend.
I refer to myself in the third person as talent.
You are so corrupted by this medium.
So the Cuomo thing is fun, but just the Kellyanne Conway shot, okay. But the key takeaway is the indicator, as you said, of what the D.C. press corps thinks of the President of the United States. He's hilariously unqualified. He's effing crazy. And you, American voter, are stupid as...
Scott.
And now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
72 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Winds are calm in the Nissan of St. Charles newsroom. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Nissan of St. Charles, home of the Lifetime Advantage warranty. The Washington hospital where House Majority Whip Steve Scalise is recuperating from a gunshot wound says this morning he has been readmitted to intensive care. MedStar Washington says the congressman is back in intensive care because of new concerns over infection this morning. President Trump making headlines in Poland. He met with that country's president before giving a speech in Warsaw and asked this morning about several critical issues, including Russian meddling in last year's election.
I think it was Russia, but I think it was probably other people and or countries, and I see nothing wrong with that statement. Nobody really knows.
The president also pointed fingers at former President Obama, saying he did nothing after learning in detail about Russian election interference. U.S. UN Ambassador Nikki Haley says the world is a more dangerous place because of North Korea's latest successful missile test.
Their illegal missile launch was not only dangerous, but reckless and irresponsible. It showed that North Korea does not want to be part of a peaceful world.
Haley holding forth at an emergency session of the UN Security Council. This morning, the earth moved and rattled in most of Montana.
Well, it just shook everything. It's scary. Sounded like a roar, and then shook everything in the bed, and then it started swaying.
Kevin Manier owns the Three Bears Motel in Lincoln near the quake's epicenter. Illinois could see its first budget in almost 3 years by the end of the day. The House due back in Springfield this afternoon. They will try and override Governor Rauner's budget veto. An investigation is underway after a 12-year-old Chicago boy drowned at a church pool in northwest Indiana. Authorities say Davion Henderson was found unresponsive at a pool at the Fairhaven Baptist Church in Chesterton. Ian Happ, the go-ahead two-run single in the seventh inning. Cubs rally past the Rays 7-3. A's 6-0 early lead, and they cruise to a 7-4 win over the White Sox in Oakland. The news is a service of Burger King breakfast. Right now at participating Burger King restaurants, you can get 2 Croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $4. 2 Croissant breakfast sandwiches for $4. Light, flaky croissant, breakfast on top, only at Burger King. Price and participation may vary. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Cabela's summer clearance is going on now. From clothing to optics, come in and get savings up to 50% off. See all their deals at Cabela's.com.
Thinking of getting engaged to that special person in your life? Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. I've got the perfect place for you. Visit my friends at Roland's Jewelers, a family-owned jeweler in downtown Libertyville. Roland's Jewelers has a beautiful selection of engagement rings, and they're a direct diamond importer. That means wholesale prices on quality loose diamonds. Roland's is also the perfect place to shop for an anniversary or birthday gift. Roland's offers a large selection from designers like Hearts on Fire, Simon G., John Hardy, and Roberto Coin. Their knowledgeable and friendly staff can show you quality Swiss watches like Tag Heuer, Michel, and Longines. Roland's Jewelers is well known for excellent customer service. These guys are the best, including custom designs and jewelry repairs by their expert craftsmen. Let Roland's Jewelers in downtown Libertyville make all your special occasions memorable. Visit RolandsJewelers.com. It's ROLLANDS, RolandsJewelers.com, or call them 847-918-7300. Roland's, a family-owned jeweler you can trust.
If you save $500,000 in an IRA or 401k, you know it's not really $500,000, right? Because you still have to pay taxes on that money. But here's something that will shock you. Some people will pay through the nose in taxes when they withdraw money from their retirement accounts, while a smart and savvy few will legally pay far less. Could you potentially save thousands of dollars in taxes on your IRA or 401k and keep this money for yourself? Yes, you could. Learn how in a free report called 6 Ways to Tax-Free Income in Retirement from me, Tom Fortino, host of the Alpha Wealth Hour. The free report could save you tens of thousands of dollars. Call 630-873-6326. It's your choice. Pay the IRS or keep this money for yourself. Call 630-873-6326 or visit us on alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
5:36 and a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. In for Jim this week, here's Al.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens, we're not really seeing any particular delays right now. 19 minutes either way between Lake Hook and the Kennedy Junction. Kennedy in or out, still just about 20 minutes from downtown to O'Hare. Eisenhower is good. Now 29 minutes either way from Thorndale to the post office. And on the Stevenson, it's 34 in or out from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan, some slight delays from around 31st. 18 in from 95th to downtown. Back out's in good shape. Slight delays inbound on 57 and Bishop Ford. Tollways are still looking good. Traffic is service of NTB. Get your 5-quart conventional oil change today, just $19.99, plus $3 disposal fee for tires, oil, service, and repairs. National Tire and Battery, that's all you need. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Hot and humid today. Partial sunshine and a high of 91. Strong storms move in overnight. Already storms through Minnesota and Wisconsin, dropping and moving to the east, southeast. Damaging winds along with those storms possible, and a low of 70. And the heat breaks for tomorrow, high only of 83 under sun and clouds. 71 right now. Water temp this morning of 69 at Wilmette Harbor. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fly By Night with your host, comedian, and entertainer extraordinaire, Ken Savera. Saturdays at midnight on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. And in for Amy is the lovely John Cass. Lovely, as lovely on the inside as he is on the outside.
On the inside more.
Yeah.
Because on the outside there's a chunk of back.
Yeah.
That's so nice. But the inside, lively, limber mind.
You're
just ready to dance with you, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
You're like that, what's that English singer that's got all the popular songs now? Castle on the Hill and Shape of You and...
You know what?
Ed Sheeran.
I don't listen to popular music.
Ed Sheeran.
The last time I listened to popular music, the band Yes was boulderdizing Edvard Grieg, the composer, in 1976.
Well, we
and
learned.
So I stopped listening at that moment.
We learned from Yes that the owner of Lonely Heart much better than the owner of a broken heart.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you know that.
I would like to
true.
explore that further.
It's axiomatic. Here's the thing. Ed Sheeran, since I brought him up, he described himself as unfortunate looking. And I like that description.
Of me?
No, for Ed Sheeran.
Wow, that's nice of
it
you.
Just
that's
called,
kind of catty, Dan.
It called to mind what Ed Sheeran said about himself. I don't see physical appearance. I'm
really glad of that.
I see blank faces
because that would really.
I just see the human form because I'm not
Can you
capable of
imagine the
making
two of
any
us,
judgments.
Like if we were coppers in a squad car all day.
It'd be.
What would happen?
We'd have a reality TV show on the Stars Channel. Speaking of police officers in a car all day, a serious note and a serious question. We were just talking about it with respect to the D.C. press corps and their allegations against Trump per his rhetoric or his tweets, the idea of thought crimes and speech crimes. The left has bought into that, not just on college campuses, but in our politics too. So if they believe in thought and speech crimes and policing them, if you will, then does the anti-police left and Black Lives Matter bear any responsibility for the assassination of New York police officer Miosotis Familia, who was assassinated the other night while she and her partner were in a marked police command vehicle? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Does the rhetoric of the left, the anti-police rhetoric, is that in any way responsible for the assassination of Officer Familia and generally speaking, violence against police?
You won't hear that elsewhere because the left doesn't like to think in those terms.
Well, I understand that they exempt themselves from the thought and speech crimes they would impose on others. That's sort of my point.
Given, right, exactly.
Well, and so here's the what happened. Again, Officer Familia and her partner in a marked command vehicle, and the assailant comes up and opens fire. This is the police officer calling in the shooting. And this is so he's what's bleeped out. I need a bus, calling for an ambulance, and then he's talking about his partner being shot, and she was shot in the head. So the assailant, who was killed by police after he pulled a gun on them when they tracked him down not far away after the shooting, he posted a Facebook rant, Facebook Live. So we know a little bit into his mind and ostensibly his motive. Listen to some of this from the man who had a life of crime and incarceration and a burning hatred for the law and for the enforcers of the law, meaning police, 34-year-old ex-con. This is what he posted on Facebook.
Y'all so reluctant to want to say something to police, man. Those that been up north know, man, police is and this ain't no gimmick. I done watched police in downstate chase another sergeant trying to grab his ass. I done been in Clinton watching police sit on another cop's lap. Like, y'all just think, and y'all so quick to feel like everybody needs jail type shit. Literally rape that kid, son. Yo, y'all just need to watch our kids from these niggas. I watch how they talk to these kids, B. These little young girls that be having on what they have on. Like, yo.
Yeah.
Sounds like the guy's a madman.
Yeah.
The truth.
Some
sort of deep-seated concern about sexuality and violence in there that's a toxic stew.
The killer, who operated under a half dozen aliases, was on supervised release until May of next year for his conviction in a July 2005 armed robbery in Syracuse. He goes on.
Because they don't think that y'all think they would do that. Every brother, cousin, uncle you got that get killed in jails because of blood or Crip or Lion King killing them. Nah, police be killing them and saying an inmate killed them. In the words of Family Guy, that grinds my gears.
Nothing like quoting Family Guy. Yeah.
Okay.
He goes on with respect to police. You just heard him say police be killing them.
What do a lot of y'all that uphold the police feel now? What do y'all say now? You say good morning, officer? How do you do? How you doing, officer? Is you gonna rape my child today? Like seriously, son, I don't know about y'all. I wasn't a in jail, and I'm not gonna be a in these streets. They don't with me, and I damn sure don't with them. You just gotta wash your face, get your mind right, man.
You know, when you hear this kind of thing, every time you see some reporter or politicians yelling about police or police violence, you got to keep in mind that this is the world that this type of guy is out there. There's more than one. And this is the kind of guy that police officers deal with all the time.
Well,
this attitude, this sort of limited view, sort of brutal and stupid, nasty and short, all of it. They got to deal with it every day, 24/7.
The intersection of ignorance and barbarism. There was the FBI study on the police shootings last year, and of the 4 dozen officers that were killed, there was a significant percentage where the FBI concluded it was antipathy towards police that was the motive.
Like in Dallas
and
in New York.
General antipathy. It wasn't a specific officer committed what was perceived to be a specific wrong. It was like that Houston deputy sheriff filling up his gas tank and somebody walks up and pops him in the head.
Yeah.
And this is, some of what you hear routinely, and it's celebrated on college campuses. It's covered breathlessly by the compliant press corps in big cities as well as D.C. So that's just the chanting Black Lives Matter, screeching Black Lives Matter. But then, of course, we've played the clips on the show with these protests and so pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. That's a favorite refrain.
Look, there have been historically violence by police officers against black people. That's and minorities. That's part of. It's not some simple, easy racial formula. It is a larger issue about the power of the state and the poor, and you've seen it in other societies and civilizations. But when CNN and others exacerbate, like the Michael Brown thing, and turn him into a hero in Ferguson when he was actually a thug trying to kill a police officer, and for weeks and weeks, remember the father? Let's burn the bleep down.
That's right.
All that stuff, and
they did.
And then you have this kind of hand-wringing liberal white guy anchor, kind of like Ted Koppel during the days of the Rodney King, saying, "Can't we have a dialogue? Let's have a conversation about race." And then Cokie Roberts or someone from a salon in Georgetown says, "We should have a dialogue on race." And at that moment, that's when you just feel like saying, "Shut up."
Yeah. Well, and just in point to accentuate your point, in this case, the murderer, the man who killed Officer Familia, was black, and she is, I'm going by her name, a Hispanic female. So, I mean, what's you're exactly right that just this simple kind of black-white racial formulation that Black Lives Matter wants to make it.
Or the left wants to make it.
Or the left wants to make it.
Using Black Lives Matter as their vehicle because clearly this is a larger, typical, hard left thing.
Dan and Racine, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello?
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Dan.
This is Dave from Racine.
Oh, Dave from Racine. You're up. You're still on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, still close enough for jazz.
Well,
just a thought. It's funny that basically a live-action cartoon, the Trump WWE video modified with the CNN logo, is considered a crime against humanity, an act of violence, which was basically just a live-action cartoon, whereas threats like the pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon, what do we want, dead cops, what do we want them now, was basically considered that's not a threat. The Hillary Clinton inviting the so-called mothers of the movement, basically people who engage trying to kill cops, giving them honored positions. I mean, that was all there.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Dave.
That's the left.
Mike on the north side. The Mike on the north side is gone. He's still just learning.
Mike, the city worker now? Is he on
yeah,
the north side?
he's still getting comfortable with this modern invention called the phone. He never knows which end to speak into.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I hate cleaning my gutters. I kept hearing ads for that gutter guard system, so I thought, why not? I'll get an estimate. I was shocked. I never thought gutter guards could cost so much. Then I heard about Spring Rock gutter guards. The estimate is free, so it made sense to at least compare them. I was shocked again by how much money they saved me. I'm talking thousands, like enough to take my family to Disney World. They take a different approach to gutter protection. A completely closed design keeps all types of debris out of your gutters. Sure, those higher-priced systems may keep the leaves out, but Spring Rock gets the job done at up to half the price with no compromise on quality. Spring Rock also comes with the same lifetime warranty. If the gutter system ever clogs, they will clean it out for free, no questions asked. Same result for less money. That's smart. There's more than one option when it comes to gutter guards. Compare today and save at springrockgutters.com or call 708-571-0632. Special financing is available. Drain your gutters, not your wallet.
Upstream-ideas.com, premium content that complements what we do on this show, a podcast of our Illinois Rising program. We've been all over the state budget impasse, the tax hike, the override, or the effort to override. We'll continue to follow that and have the latest there, including insightful commentary on the topic, long-form interviews in our Against the Current series, Follow the Logic, Man on the Street segments, and our current Follow the Logic installment asks Illinois voters about tax hikes versus spending cuts versus right-sizing government, and are you going to stay or leave? The responses are varied and quite compelling. 60 seconds of sanity commentaries from me, 2-minute warnings about bad actors in public office from Pat Hughes. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
It's absolutely amazing that the combination of these capsules improves your health. It does tell you the value of food and nutrition.
I actually can feel a difference. I really can.
I love the product. It's wonderful. I can't live without it.
It's really helping me. Every time I take it, my body says, thank you.
This is the first winter that I went through that I didn't get a cold.
I love my fruits and veggies. I'm a line dancer, and I just turned 78, and it has made a big difference in my stamina and just my overall well-being, and I have so enjoyed them. I just love taking them and what they do for me.
Take Dr. Howard's Health Challenge and find out how to get 2 free sets of fruits and veggies. We'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gevalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
As a parent, you want what's best for your children. That means sending them to a school where they'll get the superior education they deserve, and that also shares your values. That can be tricky these days, as public schools have changed and private schools can be expensive. Your household budget has already been cut to the bone, and it's hard to imagine where you'll find that extra money. Well, there's help to lessen that financial burden and provide your child with the very best education at half the cost. At AM 560 The Answer, we work with private schools throughout the Chicagoland area to provide tuition for families at half the normal cost. Just log on to halfpriceschools.com and you'll find some of Chicagoland's finest private schools, from preschool all the way through high school, at half the cost. And chances are there's a school right in your neighborhood. Invest in your child's education and future at halfpriceschools.com. A limited number of half-price vouchers are available. Go to halfpriceschools.com now.
Can you afford another loss in your investment portfolio like you took in 2008? Now that you're a little older and wiser, I bet the answer is no. Most people nearing retirement can't take the same kind of risk they had when they were younger. If you believe this too, we have great news. There's a strategy designed for someone just like you. In 2008, when the market crashed, clients using this strategy didn't lose money. When the market goes up, you go up with it, and your gains are locked in. And when the market goes back down, you are guaranteed not to lose. It's that simple. If you like the idea of not taking market risk but earning more than a CD, call Kelly Financial Services today. We'll keep it simple. We'll teach you time-tested, proven strategies to help grow your income and keep your principal safe for your retirement. Call Kelly Financial Services today at 708-576-8999. Again, that's 708-576-8999.
The temperature this summer is on the rise, and everyone is talking about one person, President Donald Trump. As controversy swirls around his presidency and the Democrats and the mainstream media take aim, what will happen next? Join AM 560's Joe Walsh for the Summer of Trump, Tuesday, August 22nd at the Bolingbrook Golf Club, also featuring Hugh Hewitt and Guy Benson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/summer. That's 560theanswer.com/summer.
5:57. Let's get an update on the roads this early morning in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. In for Jim this week, here's Al Verde.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens, we're still not seeing any delays to speak of. Kennedy inbound just a little slow from Foster to Lawrence. Only 21 in from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound is fine. Eisenhower in 33 from Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, no delays. Stevenson's 42 from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound fine. Dan Ryan in is 28 from 95th to downtown. 57 in approaching Halstead to the Dan Ryan. Traffic backs up a little bit there as well. Traffic's a service of Staples. When it's time for last-minute changes to a big presentation, let Staples be your office away from your office with everything you need to print, scan, or fax, access files from a USB, email, or the cloud, and use the self-serve machines to avoid waiting and get back to business. Staples, it's pro time. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues after your official Chicagoland weather forecast and a full update from Fox News. In the aircomfort.com weather center for us this morning, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Partly sunny, hot and humid today, high 91. A strong late-night thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy with a low 70. Sun and clouds tomorrow, high 83, and a moonlit night, low of 60. Saturday, mostly sunny, high 81. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 71 at O'Hare, 75 along the lake. The news service of Cabela's. Head to summer clearance at Cabela's going on now. Protect your family on your next picnic in the backyard or day at the lake with 40% off all in-stock screen shelters and canopies, clothing and footwear, fishing and shooting gear. Savings for everybody at Cabela's summer clearance. 5:59 in the Nissan of St. Charles newsroom. Here are the stories we're following at this hour. Fox will have the latest on the Washington hospital readmittance of House Majority Whip Steve Scalise into intensive care, and a strong but shallow earthquake rattling most of Montana. Illinois could see its first budget in almost 3 years by the end of the day. The House trying to override Governor Rauner's veto of a 32% income tax increase. An investigation underway after a 12-year-old Chicago boy drowns at a church in northwest Indiana. Cook County leaders say they'll cut 10% from their budget. The judge blocks the county's proposed soda tax. Cubs rally past the Rays 7-3. A's 7-4 winners over the White Sox in Oakland. More John Cass and Dan coming up after Fox News, WIND Chicago News Time. 6.
He won't talk about what he might do to North Korea. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
I don't draw red lines.
But President Trump says something must be done after North Korea's recent test launch of a missile that could reach the U.S.
They are behaving in a very, very dangerous manner.
The president at a news conference in Poland a few hours ago also acknowledged Russia did interfere in the presidential campaign, but he thought other people or countries did too. And he said President Obama knew months before the election about Russian meddling.
And he did nothing about it. They say he choked. Well, I don't think he choked. I think what happened is he thought Hillary Clinton was going to win the election.
The president also took shots at the media and the reaction to that wrestling video he tweeted.
CNN has really taken it too seriously, and I think they've hurt themselves very badly.
So from here, President Trump's heading to Krasinski Square to make this big speech in front of 15,000 Polish people, a lot of them very friendly, very open to his brand of politics. Then he's heading to the G20 in Germany, where he'll likely receive a little less friendly reception.
That's Fox's Kristen Fisher in Warsaw. The president's speech is coming up in just a few minutes. That G20 summit will include a meeting with Vladimir Putin, the Russian president. Congressman Steve Scalise is back in intensive care weeks after being shot. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, there are concerns about infection for the House Majority Whip. Congressman Scalise, one of 5 people shot by a gunman on a baseball field 2 weeks ago in a suburb of Washington. He was struck in the pelvis, the bullet shattering bones and damaging internal organs. After undergoing several surgeries, Scalise's condition was upgraded to fair, but now he's back in serious condition. The gunman was killed by police officers on the scene. Dave.
Rachel, in Georgia, police are investigating after several children and a man were found dead in a home early this morning. Police were responding to a stabbing call, and then they found the victims. A woman has been taken into custody. This is Fox News, fair and balanced.
Are you or a family member suffering from addiction or substance abuse? If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, don't know where to go, or have relapsed, Haymarket Center can help. Haymarket Center wants you and your family to know that addiction is a treatable medical condition. With more than 30 comprehensive programs, Haymarket Center has successfully provided addiction solutions for tens of thousands of individuals and their families since 1975. Haymarket Center's comprehensive approach is at the heart of what they do. They address the whole person, including their substance abuse, mental health, and medical care. Their family-based treatment plan allows families to be part of the treatment program so everyone can be part of the recovery. Treatment does work. There can be a solution. Recovery is possible. Haymarket Center's message to you: hope starts here. Call Haymarket Center now for an assessment at 312-CAN-HELP. 312-CAN-HELP, or visit hcenter.org. That's hcenter.org.
Home isn't just a place, it's a feeling. Whether you're at home, your business, or online, ADT helps keep you safe with security systems, home automation, alarms, and surveillance, so you can feel at home wherever you are. Go to ADT.com to get that feeling. ADT, home, safe home.
With Quicken Loans, our simple process helps you understand all the details so you can be confident that you're getting the right mortgage. Call 800-QUICKEN or go completely online with Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.875%, APR 4.23%. Call 800-QUICKEN or get started online at rocketmortgage.com. Apply simply, understand fully, mortgage confidently.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan, and in for Amy this morning, John Cash, Chicago Tribune columnist.
Hey, Dan.
John, pleasure to have you in again. And we were talking about just trying to understand the left standards and see if they apply to themselves. So the Trump tweet, the cartoonish world wrestling tweet of him.
He didn't make that GIF. That was made by someone else.
Yeah, of him wrestling a CNN head. That could incite violence. Trump's bellicose rhetoric will be the proximate cause of any violence done to any journalist, according to Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. So the left clearly has adopted, as part of their belief system, that thought and speech crimes exist, and they should be regulated. Certainly that's the case on college campus. So, by their own standards, do they hold themselves responsible at all for the assassination of that New York City police officer, as the proximate cause being the hateful anti-police rhetoric of the left and of Black Lives Matter and associated groups on the left? Well, let's continue.
Or do you ask the question, should the media that hold that view be responsible to condemn such talk when it comes from leftist actors that they support?
Well, right. If a bunch of people want to get together and say pigs in a blanket fry 'em like bacon, okay, that's protected speech.
Not at my house.
Right, but in the public square, that's protected speech. Say what you want. I'm not talking about legally.
Right.
I'm talking about according to their own moral their own standards, their own philosophical worldview. Do they bear responsibility? Because I got a text from somebody, the use of this case of the New York City police officer who was assassinated, this is a bad example for us talking about police the same way Black Lives Matter using Michael Brown is a bad example. Except it isn't, because what are one of the things that the left argues when, say, Gabby Giffords is shot? The hateful rhetoric of the right. These are things that were said and have been said incessantly across the spectrum.
It's not only said, it's adopted as, just correct thought.
Well, right, and this is across the diaspora of the left, okay? Hateful rhetoric incites people who are unbalanced to commit these heinous acts, like shooting Gabby Giffords. But it doesn't apply to the guy from Belleville who shot Steve Scalise. Oh, by the way, Steve Scalise, he's you heard in Mike Scott's newscast, he's back in intensive care because of concern about infections. This Steve Scalise story, boy, that went away quickly, didn't it?
Because it didn't fit the program. If it had been, I think if you change the politics and make them Democrats attacked by a lone white guy with a gun who's from, Republican or of the right, you would see a different kind of...
There'd be a Warren Commission for the shooting. So it's just worth noting, again, the interest in the life and times of Steve Scalise and other victims of that shooting.
Is it... your argument is what? That the unhinged are susceptible to rhetoric?
No. Well, in part, but what I'm saying is the left will say, as they did with Gabby Giffords shooting, the hateful rhetoric of conservatives. Sarah Palin putting crosshairs on a congressional district caused the Arizona shooter to walk up to the Gabby Giffords gathering and open fire on people.
You know what it could cause? It could cause $100 million costing the New York Times with their ridiculous editorial.
Well, in terms of the defamation suit that Palin filed, and good for her. It's right. That was that meets the standard of a malicious disregard of the facts. But that's what they would say. So that's why the New York police case is right on point, because you're talking about a career criminal who was, as I said last hour, on supervised release until next year for an armed robbery conviction almost 12 years ago. And so isn't that the same thing that they would say if the victim was different, if the affiliation of the assailant was different? They would say the hateful rhetoric incited somebody who was unbalanced to do this terrible thing. So I'm just trying to understand. I'm always trying to understand premises and standards, because forget what people. Again, this is Thomas Sowell, who just celebrated his 87th birthday last week. Happy birthday, Thomas Sowell, one of the most important economists of the 20th century, the man who has made economics more accessible to the everyman than any economist in American history, except perhaps Milton Friedman. But this is Thomas Sowell. Forget what people say their position is. Look to premises. Look to the premise. Look to the foundation. Look to the standards. So I'm just trying to understand what the standards of the left are. So, for example, Spike Lee has produced a new video for Stu. Stu. You know Stu.
No, I don't.
Stu's,
Does it involve tarragon, allspice, and
no? This is an artist.
Pearl onions and rabbit.
This is an artist named Stu. He's kind of a Joan Baez type. Protest songs. The protest song. Here's the Spike Lee protest song, "Clown with the Nuclear Code." Ease into it.
A clown had to go at a reality show, which 24/7 played. He screamed a battle cry to the living dead, who danced while the Muslims prayed. And then the News Clan landed its leading man, and now we're living in the film they made, where Bozo saddles John Wayne's private plane, and into high noon cell hate flowed. Stephen King couldn't conceive it, and your booby can't believe it, that a clown got the nuclear code.
I mean, I like his voice.
Oh, wait a second. A point of personal privilege here.
Yeah.
As a.
Do you want to hear the rest?
As no.
Oh.
As the son of immigrants, son of an immigrant who plowed with a mule named Truman, because I didn't have that check my privilege thing. When the great artist.
Was the other mule named Enola Gay?
No, it was named a mule named Truman.
Okay.
And I'll tell you after the president.
After the Jim Carrey movie.
No, this is serious, a real story.
Oh, okay.
But who are the living dead in this construction? Is that white people? Is that what it really means?
Trump voters.
Trump voters.
Zombie apocalypse, because as you heard from none other than associate producer at New Day, CNN. Here's an authority on the topic, Jimmy Carr.
So the white working class is the living dead in this construction.
Jimmy Carr. Listen to Jimmy Carr, who was caught by Project Veritas saying this about Trump and the American voter.
We all recognize he is a clown, that he is hilariously unqualified for this, that he's really bad at this, and that he does not have America's best interests. We recognize it's justified and crazy.
Would it be fair to question the intellect of the American voter?
Oh, no, they're stupid as shit. I hate to be this way.
Yeah, American voter is stupid. I mean, American voter, Trump voter, of course, not them. The American voter is stupid as blank. He's
deplorable.
He's effing crazy, and also hilariously unqualified. Doesn't have America's best interests at heart. Well, that's suggesting that he's treasonous. So, I mean, again, in terms of rhetoric, if we're going to go to speech crimes and thought crimes, I just want to understand what the left's standard is, so I can watch its application.
Well, they set the bar there. If he's illegitimate and dangerous, therefore anything can be said in the advancement of
and done,
right?
312-642-5600 turnkey.pro answer line 646-36DA turnkey.pro text line. It's funny because the DC press corps gets all offended and assumes the pedestal that they put themselves on when the president tweets out enemy of the state. This is dangerous. It's a hostile climate. This is totalitarianism. He's Hitler, Stalin, right?
This is what I think I read this somewhere. This is what fascist dictators do.
Right.
I think I read it.
You read it on a placard. It was carrying around by.
Was it on? It was on a
somebody
T-shirt.
else in a shower in 2 weeks.
On a T-shirt.
Here's so when he says something like that, it's the end of freedom. When they suggest that Trump is enemy of the state, that's just part of our political discourse. I mean, it's, again, the standards. And Scott Adams, of course, the Dilbert cartoon creator, we've had him on this show many times. Really interesting guy. I don't agree with all of his analysis, but he's really interesting. He's a trained hypnotherapist. He's a hypnotist.
That holds him. I hold him with some suspicion.
Yes, well, but
stay out of my mind, Scott.
But he's gotten he has nailed Trump from the beginning. He was way ahead of the learning curve on Trump's unorthodox communication style, shall we say, and its impactfulness and the story arc that Trump was creating from the outset of his campaign to his ultimate victory.
You know what really pisses them off is that he did what they do better.
Well,
and they hate him for it.
Maybe, yeah, perhaps. And but Adams gives form to what Trump does, and I'm not sure even Trump gives form to what he does. I think most of it is instinctive, good instincts or bad instincts. That's arguable depending on the particular instance. But here's Scott Adams talking a little bit about the tweet in question. Now, this is about the Mika Scarborough tweet, Joyka, the Joyka tweet. But, I mean, it might as well apply to the CNN tweet. It's all of the same kind. Here's Scott Adams dissecting this for you.
Both his supporters and his critics alike are saying that this tweeting is bad business. And it's going to hurt the country. In fact, might even destroy civilization as we know it.
Right. That's Scott Adams tongue-in-cheek, and he goes on to, distill this further in terms of the reaction to the Trump tweet. All, he suggests, desired and designed by the president.
And I'll just run through it, the big stuff first. First, there's the impact on the economy. Sure, it doesn't look like it yet. The stock market is still very strong. Consumer confidence is high. Jobs are good, and those sorts of things. But I think you can see that a tweet like this is going to cause people not to invest. So, for example, let's say you were going to dig a new coal mine and hire a bunch of people because the government had removed some regulations, the Trump administration did in particular, and you're thinking, man, this is looking good. The numbers look good. The spreadsheet looks good. I think I'll invest in another coal mine. And then this frickin' tweet comes out, and you're like, oh my God, no way. Who's going to buy coal after this?
Well, and of course he's kidding around. His point being, the everyman, the average American family, couldn't care less about these manufactured controversies where the cable news talkers are morally indignant for 48 hours straight.
They're trolling for votes, okay, or for viewers.
Right.
The problem with this tweet, Stan, in my view, is that when he can get past the filter, the mainstream media filter, it's good. When he becomes gratuitous and cruel, that's counterproductive. And ultimately, I really don't care whether clowns on MSNBC are subjected to cruelty because they visited on others. But in terms of Trump's ability to get his policies through, like the tax cut, et cetera, that's where that's the rub.
Well, Adams is making a different argument. He's essentially suggesting, and by the way, this should be totally expected because we've been experiencing this for 2 years. So the kind of sui generis outrage every time he tweets is silly, and nobody buys it. It's as you say, it's trolling for viewers, and it's their own sense of their own moral rectitude. But here's the other thing he's saying is essentially this is working. So this is where I part company. I'm kind of in your camp, but Adams is suggesting the tweeting, the tweets and controversy over the last week, it's actually working. It's working in the same way that everything else he's done from the outset of his campaign to his president's, to his victory in the presidential election, to the first 6 months, is more or less working, at least for him, relative to the public. it's working. This is who he is. This is how he does it. And he's melting down the D.C. press corps while still advancing his policy agenda. But his policy agenda is sort of secondary for him.
Well, he's taking on, he's
in terms of political capital.
He's taking the hit. He's fighting the fight against the Fourth Estate, while his colonels in the various departments are doing the work, deregulating, futzing with the economy, things like this. So he's taking the hit, and they're out there, Tillerson, Treasury, et cetera, doing work that
they're the implementation tools,
right?
Well, so but here's the question. So I find some of the things that he does.
You don't like them? Come on.
No, apish. I've said that from the beginning. I think they're a further degradation of the culture, but it's in the question is it just indicative of where we're at? Which is why Scott Adams may be right, that it is working because this is who we are now. This is where we're at America and our 241st birthday.
Well,
that's a different way to look at it.
He's right, but if you're going to blame it on, if the left and the so-called mainstream media, of which I'm a part, is going to blame this on Trump, I refer you to this: boxers and briefs. Who asked that question of a president? And what president had his mouth full of pizza while he was on the phone with a congressman to send Americans to war, with a young lady on her knees in the Oval Office doing whatever she was doing, Monica, and the same people who were screaming about standards and the lowering of standards had nothing, if anything, to say about a commander-in-chief doing that, talking to a congressman, sending men to war while eating pizza. Well, and that to me is the you talk about difference in standards, left and right, et cetera, et cetera. How's that one?
Well, it's
because I don't forget that stuff.
It's culture, and Trump and all of his boorishness, his boorish behavior, not just on Twitter but just in general. The instances of boorish behavior that are amplified by the D.C. press corps, they otherwise excuse if they're a sympathetic target or a fellow traveler that's the target.
So is he the child?
No, and so Trump is a symptom.
Yes, is he the child of that?
Well, words, has he been born by? I mean, his presidency was born of it, and also this, which is another degradation of the culture, which is the celebrity-focused culture. We had a celebutant president for 8 years without qualification. He could accept the ability to speak with proper syntax,
and he had Tony Rezko as a bag man,
and he gave way to a reality TV president. One thing begets another.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
The weather today, hot and humid with partial sunshine, high of 91. Water the tomatoes. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low thunderstorm. Late storms can bring damaging winds, low in the 70s. The fire tied the Portland Timbers 2-2. They continue on their first place roll. Thank you, Al Verde, for the traffic.
Thanks, John. Dan, we have an accident reported on the Tri-State, and it's got things backed up from, and this is northbound, by the way, between Southwest Highway and Harlem. At Harlem, the two right lanes are blocked with that crash. North of there, traffic backs up on the Tri-State between the Reagan and the Eisenhower, and the westbound 290 exit ramp is jammed up as well. On the Edens, we have no delays to speak of. Kennedy inbound still just 26 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound is fine. The Eisenhower in is 34, Thorndale to the post office, 31 on the outbound side. Stevenson in slows in a couple of spots, 45 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, 35 back out. Dan Ryan in is 29 from 95th to downtown, and no outbound delays. In 57, inbound from approaching Halstead to the Ryan. Look for some backups there as well. I'm Al Verdi in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
What's the scariest thing about going to the dentist? Opening your mouth or opening your wallet? Because just a simple cleaning can cost $100, and things like root canals can cost you hundreds more. If you don't have dental insurance to help, you should give Physicians Mutual Insurance Company a call. 1-800-300-8038. This isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. This is real dental insurance that helps pay for checkups right away, so you can call today and get your teeth cleaned tomorrow. Plus, it helps cover the more expensive procedures you might need down the road. Fillings, crowns, bridges, even costly dentures. There's no deductible and no annual maximum. Your acceptance is guaranteed for one of these insurance policies, even if you're retired or on Medicare. There are no networks, so you can choose any dentist you'd like. That's right, any dentist you want. Call and we'll rush you a free information kit with all the details. 1-800-300-8038. That's 1-800-300-8038. 1-800-300-8038.
The key to success? Keep it simple, especially when it comes to hiring. And nobody makes it easier than Indeed.com. Post a job in minutes. Set up screener questions. Manage your candidates from one dashboard. According to an independent study, 5 times more hires are made through Indeed than any other job site. New users claim your $50 credit to post a sponsored job at Indeed.com/credit. Indeed, the world's #1 job site. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Hi, I'm Jim McCann, chairman of 1-800-Flowers.com and co-founder of Smile Farms. With nearly 80% of adults with developmental disabilities being unemployed in the United States, we decided to try and do something about it. Smile Farms makes a positive impact on the lives of those with special needs by creating meaningful work experiences at local farms and greenhouses.
To find out how you can make a donation and change a life, visit smilefarms.org. That's smilefarms.org.
You are about to hear from Dr. Douglas Howard.
After 20 years and tens of thousands of success stories, Balance of Nature is still the only pure whole food supplement available. Balance of Nature has served more than 500 million servings of fruits and vegetables. Don't accept imitations, copies, or substitutions. Our success stories are unique to Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. You'll know you have the real thing when you open the bottles and see, smell, and taste real produce.
It is worth every penny I pay because they really have made such a difference in my life. It is making me feel a whole lot better.
Even my doctor thought it was a good product.
Take Dr. Howard's Health Challenge and find out how to get 2 free sets of fruits and veggies. We'll even ship them to you for free. Call now for details.
Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Message and data rates may apply.
Have you ever forgotten your password? With all the accounts you have and all the rules around passwords, remembering every single one is impossible. That's why millions of people are turning to Dashlane, the award-winning app that protects your passwords and creates an easy, secure way to access all of your accounts. And right now, you can get access to Dashlane free for life on your favorite device just by texting SECURE to 543-543. Over 6 million users manage their passwords with Dashlane. Over 6,000 companies trust Dashlane. And over 70,000 reviews give it a 5-star rating. But the only number that really matters? 0. Because that's how many times you'll forget your passwords using Dashlane. With Dashlane, your passwords are never misplaced and never forgotten. Simple, safe, secure. Unlock free access to Dashlane on your favorite device for life right now. Just text SECURE to 543-543. That's SECURE to 543-543.
My legs were awful.
I always felt uncomfortable and self-conscious.
I had never been real happy about the spider veins in my ankles and my legs.
I started noticing fatigue in my leg.
I was so self-conscious. Then I went to Vein Clinics of America.
It's time to love your legs again. Vein Clinics of America is the oldest, largest, most experienced vein treatment center in the U.S. Using state-of-the-art laser and minimally invasive treatments, they can begin restoring the natural beauty of your legs in as little as 1 hour with no downtime, and most treatments are covered by insurance.
I found the Vein Clinics of America, and look at my legs now.
You just feel like, you know what, I want to do so much today. It's such a big difference.
My experience with Vein Clinics of America was amazing.
Make sure your legs look and feel their best for summer. Call now to schedule a free fast-track consultation to find out how you can finally get rid of those embarrassing varicose and spider veins. Call 800-402-0707. 800-402-0707. That's 800-402-0707.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and John Cass and for Amy, this is a very, very fun story. Minimum wage workers in Maine defeat a minimum wage hike. Yeah, you heard that right. minimum wage workers in Maine who understand economics better than do-gooding, plundering Pauls defeat a minimum wage increase because they understood that they would see a decline in their take-home pay, which is sort of the point. I don't need to be saved, and I'll be damned if small groups of uninformed people are voting on my livelihood. You can't cut someone off at the knees like that, said a woman named Sue Vayenza, 55-year-old bartender at a restaurant in Kennebunk, Maine, who she was part of the effort to lobby state legislators to overrule the referendum that passed to raise both the regular and tip minimum wages $7.50 and $3.75 respectively. Those are big numbers. They defeated it. And they said the next fight is on the national level. They want to take it national to inform politicians outside of Maine how economics works as well.
What's tip minimum wage? I don't understand that.
Well, if you've got exemptions for wait staff where the minimum wage is lower than the overall minimum wage because your salary is so predicated on tips.
You think politicians, when they go to a steakhouse,
should get tipped?
No. Do they give the tip in on their credit card, or do they give the tip in cash? I bet you most of 99.99% of them give the tip on the credit card. You know why? Because they've never worked as a waiter or server, and they don't know the difference.
Right. Well, related story.
Mm-hmm.
Oak Park on Friday adopted the Cook County minimum wage hike that some 50 Cook County suburban communities have already opted out of. Oak Park adopted. That's a nuclear-free zone, by the way. So sorry, North Korea. You're not striking Oak Park. They've got the signs right there.
The People's Republic.
Nuclear-free zone. In a related story to the related story, Venezuela just increased their minimum wage for the third time this year. So on the one hand, you have Oak Park in Venezuela. On the other hand, you have these actual restaurateurs, restaurant workers, and minimum wage workers in Maine who passed an Econ 101 course. Which side do you want to be on? Coming up at 6:36, speaking of Pyongyang, should we turn the light out there? We'll ask Colonel Cedric Layton, military intelligence expert, after we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
72 degrees, clouds and sunshine. And interestingly, Dan and John this morning, St. Louis will lower their minimum wage, as well as the state of Missouri will allow a law to pass through that will take the minimum wage from $10 an hour down to $7.70 an hour. In the Nissan of St. Charles newsroom here, the rest of the stories we're following this morning. Washington Hospital, where House Majority Whip Steve Scalise is recuperating from the gunshot wound he suffered, has been readmitted to intensive care. The new concern, infection. President Trump making headlines in Poland this morning, where he met with that country's president before giving a speech in Warsaw. In a morning news conference, he was asked about several critical issues, including Russian meddling in elections.
I think it was Russia, but I think it was probably other people and or countries, and I see nothing wrong with that statement. Nobody really knows.
UN Ambassador Nikki Haley says the world is a more dangerous place because of North Korea's latest successful missile test.
Their illegal missile launch was not only dangerous, but reckless and irresponsible. It showed that North Korea does not want to be part of a peaceful world.
A strong, shallow earthquake rattles most of Montana this early morning.
Well, it just shook everything. It's scary. Sounded like a roar, and then shook everything in the bed, and then it started swaying.
Kevin Minier was in the middle of that 5.8 magnitude quake, which struck about 6 miles southeast of Lincoln. Illinois could see its first budget in almost 3 years by end of day. The Illinois House is due back in Springfield this afternoon. They will try to override Governor Rauner's budget veto. Authorities are questioning a person of interest following a deadly stabbing on Chicago's far south side in an apartment near 103rd and Halstead. And 2 Cook County commissioners are proposing the creation of a county ID card for those living in the U.S. without documentation. The plan by Commissioners Chuy Garcia and John Fritchie is similar to one that will be implemented in the city of Chicago later this year. Cubs over the Rays 7-3. And it was the A's topping the White Sox 7-4. The news service of CiCi's, now at CiCi's, bring the party home this summer with 3 medium one-topping pizzas to go for just $4 each. Only at CiCi's. At participating locations for a limited time, purchase a minimum of 3 pizzas. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager lets the media have it.
All of the media is a form of manipulating the American public. There is not only no joy, there is sadness in me that I have to say this. This is a great country and a great democracy, and it deserves, if not a great media, at least a mediocre one. It's worse than mediocre.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cabela's summer clearance is going on now. From clothing to optics, come in and get savings up to 50% off. See all their deals at Cabela's.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing, independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Do you know your bank's fraud tolerance? I'm Ann Dollagall, Treasury Management Executive. At Signature Bank, we have zero tolerance. While some of the big banks may write off smaller incidences of fraud, we use a multi-layered approach to fight fraud before it happens to our customers. There's been a record number of businesses hit with payments fraud this year. Keeping your business assets safe is our top priority. We are trained, and we will train you to recognize potential wire fraud threats and business email compromise scams. Call us today to find out how Signature Bank can work with your business to fight fraud.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
6:36. Let's get an update on the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. In for Jim, here's Alverde.
Thanks, Mike. We have a problem on the northbound tri-state. It is jammed up between Cicero and Harlem, where a crash has the 2 right lanes blocked. Then further north, the northbound tri-state is heavy between Reagan and North Avenue, and the westbound 290 exit ramp is very heavy as well. On the Edens, a delay inbound from Peterson to Montrose, 22 in Lake Cook to the Kennedy Junction, 20 back out. Kennedy in is 24, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound is still fine. Eisenhower in, 41, Thorndale to the post office, 33 back out. Stevenson, 42 minutes in from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Traffic and service of Staples when it's time for last-minute changes to a big presentation. Let Staples be your office away from your office. With everything you need to print, scan, or fax, access files from a USB, email, or the cloud, and use self-serve machines to avoid waiting and get back to business. Staples, it's pro time. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. A hot, humid afternoon shaping up, partial sunshine, and a high of 91. The evening hours could bring us some strong storms. Be aware of that. Some of those with heavy winds, high 70. Currently, 72 at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 7. Continuous news coverage at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next with John Cass sitting in with Dan this morning on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
Some call me the sage from South Central. Others call me the czar of common sense. But you can call me Larry Elder. And you're invited to join me tonight, starting at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. And in for Amy this morning is the beautiful John Cass. And John, a lot of...
love staring into your eyes right before a broadcast, man.
It's a nice moment.
Okay.
We've got a lot of national security issues to address, particularly as President Trump is addressing the masses in Poland, talking about national security and talking about whether the West has the interest to save Western civilization or not.
Does the West have the will to survive is something that is of vital interest to Dan Proft and me. I don't know if it's of the interest of many of the people in our business who really don't like the West.
Well,
I certainly do.
Well, and the new threat is, which is one of the axis of evil countries, as George W. called them, and that would include North Korea, has amped up their capacity, it appears this week, with an ICBM that allegedly, and according to reports the U.S. believes, could strike Alaska, has the capacity for that kind of distance. And so the reaction from the administration to that has been received a bit with a bit has been received in an underwhelmed fashion from the likes of Charles Krauthammer, admittedly a neocon, but nonetheless the response of our kind of doing exercises with South Korea didn't impress, and there are increasing calls for, including from our ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, and calls and suggestions that military action is not off the table and it may be moving to the front of the table. Here's Krauthammer the other day on the North Korea missile tests and the U.S. response.
I think it's rather embarrassing that we should have had this release, immediate release of the video from the U.S. as a response. What the North Koreans have done is to cross the Rubicon. I mean, this is a entirely new phase. Once they have an intercontinental ballistic missile, they're obviously going to want to put a nuke on top. We're in a totally different world. And the video showing that we can have a surface-to-surface missile go 200 miles is a pathetic response. If we still had the tactical nukes that we withdrew in 1991, that would be a serious threat. That would be a way of saying, you mess with us, we can have in place, in theater, tactical nukes that can hit your capital and your other assets. But in the absence of that, it's a very weak response.
Well,
Does a neocon ever see a war they don't like?
Well,
the discussion of tactical nukes, such an offhanded way, sitting in a chair on a broadcast. I don't know. That's where.
Well, the issue is deterrence, right?
Probably.
Not necessarily usage. I mean, it's the same discussion we would have since Trump is in Poland right now, before he goes off to the G20 in Hamburg. It's the same discussion about the missile defense system we had in Poland as a bulwark against the Russians.
Oh, what happened to that? Is that the one that Obama led the Poland into? No, Bush had us into it, and then Obama just turned his back on them.
Well, that's
turned his back on the Polish people.
The good policy decisions in terms of our national security interests, or poor ones. For answers to those questions, we're pleased to be joined again by our friend Colonel Cedric Leighton. He is a military intelligence expert and security consultant who's worked for both NSA and Joint Chiefs of Staff. Colonel Leighton, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
You bet, Dan. Good morning.
Why don't we start with North Korea and your reaction to Krauthammer's reaction?
Well, I think Charles Krauthammer is obviously a heavyweight in terms of journalism and an opinion maker for many people. But what I would say in this case is this: the way in which the responses have to be crafted now, you have to be based on reality. And it's nice to think about having tactical nukes and use them for certain things. But the reality of the situation is that those are dangerous weapons. And they were withdrawn, not by the Trump administration. It happened way before that. But they were withdrawn for reasons of safety, in part, but mainly for reasons of, trying to tamp down on the threat that existed on the Korean Peninsula. And that, was perhaps a failed policy or a mistaken policy. But nonetheless, that was the hand that the president was dealt. And in terms of what kind of a response do you give something like an ICBM launch from the North Koreans, I think we're just seeing the very beginning of that. So, I think Mr. Krauthammer and others need to take a look at exactly what is possible, and also realize that this is just the beginning of how we're going to respond to this particular situation.
So I agree with you that cavalier talk about nuclear weapons is often not the thing I want to hear, but where do the refugees go? The North Korean refugees into China. How does that fear of refugees or destabilization there impact China's resolve in dealing with this when they're doing so well in our trade with the United States? Where's the leverage for China on this thing?
John, that's precisely the heart of the problem. For the Chinese, they love stability on their border because they want to keep economic stability within their country. And anytime there's an issue that upsets that, such as the potential for massive flows of refugees from North Korea into northeastern China, that could change the entire dynamic of at least that regional economy within China, but it could also upset the entire process that they've established to make themselves a preeminent trading nation. So the Chinese have a vested interest in keeping a lid on North Korea, but also on making sure that North Korea is stable enough that not so many people go across the border and in a refugee flow like this.
Well, but it doesn't seem like they're doing a bang-up job, the Chinese, of stability.
Oh, no, they are certainly not. They're certainly not, and so that's part of the issue. They are kind of feeling their way through this, and they have many challenges that they have to deal with, and because of that, their responses are not necessarily going to be ones that we would like to see.
Well, so I guess the question, and this question was raised before this missile test with the murder of Otto Warmbier at the hands of the North Koreans. What to do about this rogue regime? I mean, do we send in special ops units to turn the lights off in Pyongyang? What is the next level response to this apparent lunatic that is the head of the North Korean totalitarian state? I don't think it's Dennis Rodman. That's not working either.
Yeah, Dennis Rodman, is an interesting ambassador, I'll say, but not really an ambassador and not really somebody who can bring the kinds of things that we need out of North Korea. So the murder of Otto Warmbier was a significant issue. It's a personal issue, obviously, for the Warmbier family, but it also shows the brutality of the North Korean regime. And lest anybody doubt the idea that these people are, in fact, incredibly brutal, that was proof enough that they are, in fact, beyond the pale when it comes to being a part of the world as it exists today. So as far as our options go, special operations forces and inserting them in North Korea would potentially be an option, but it's an extremely difficult option, extremely hard to do. This is one of the most sealed-off countries in the world. We talk about securing our borders. Their borders are, for all intents and purposes, quite secured. And the fact that they are very insular, not only in terms of that policy of theirs, but also in terms of their ethnic makeup, makes it very difficult for foreigners of any type, including South Koreans, to actually go in there and conduct sabotage operations. But they are certainly an option, but they would be very difficult to undertake.
But he might meet with a delegation of Chinese businessmen who have staff, correct?
Well, there always are possibilities, but one of the things that they've also looked at in
terms of China,
would be cyber options against North Korea. The only problem with that is that North Korea is not that connected to the internet, and that creates significant issues in terms of the kinds of effects that one wants to have when you go after a country like this.
Colonel, he assassinated his brother, and he wiped out, from what I understand, all the people his older brother knew in North Korea. So how do you get to it physically?
That is exactly the issue. He would be, first of all, it would take a presidential finding to actually go in and do what amounts to a decapitation strike in terms of the terminology, not the actual physical effect. But that would be it would be a difficult thing to do, both legally as well as from an operational perspective. He'd be very difficult to get at because he is one of the most protected leaders on the planet.
Yeah, and Cass wants to go back to the 70s when we used to have CIA take out
that would be
heads of state.
I don't want the CIA to do anything. I'm encouraging the China to
you want
do
to use a cutout. Like the Chicago way. Chicago way.
It is. Yeah. What? I did write a column exactly on that. The Chinese should handle this business.
Well, let me, Colonel Leighton, let me switch gears because Trump is meeting with Putin tomorrow, and that's much anticipated given the swirl about Russian collusion the left is still prosecuting in this country. And yesterday, a statement from Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, on the situation in Syria seemed to indicate an openness to working with Russia to enforce no-fly zones in Syria. Now, this is a bit complicated because there was also the belief that Russia was previously providing interference for Assad to commit atrocities against his own people, so they seem like a surprising ally in this matter in Syria. But now the flip side is you even have like the likes of David Ignatius in the Washington Post saying cooperation with Russia could be the right step towards peace in Syria. So suss this out for us.
So the basic idea is you pick the lesser of two or three evils, and there are many more evils in Syria at the present time than just two or three. But the idea would be that Syria would be a place where Russia could have a degree of influence. It would be recognized by the United States. They would get to keep a base there. They have a naval base on the Mediterranean. They also have an air base that they use. So they would get to keep those. They would also get a chance to keep the Assad regime in power because they did aid and abet the regime in maintaining that power. And what that would then do is, the condition should be, in my opinion, that Assad is removed from power in a case like that, and that other elements of the Syrian population, in essence, get their own countries. So it would mean the partitioning of Syria. Whether or not that actually happens is something that I'm not sure people in Washington or other places have thought through at the present time, but that is precisely where we're heading if we're not coming up with any other alternatives. So the idea would be a recognized Russian sphere of influence, but there would be a degree of Kurdish independence, which would then upset the Turks. There would be a degree of Sunni independence, so that the Sunnis could maintain their own government, their own society.
That would upset Iran. So
and then you'd have the Shiite, the Iranian forces. They back the Alawites, who are a Shiite offshoot, and that's the sect that Assad belongs to. So the Iranians would want to exercise influence, which would run counter to what the Saudis and the Qataris want to do in Syria. But the Russians would, of course, support the Iranians and the Assad regime. So this mess basically boils down to this: in order to end the fighting, all sides have to agree to end the fighting, and that usually happens when they're exhausted and don't see any other alternative. And the fight against ISIS, which is just one aspect of the Syrian mess, that is one thing that has to be taken care of. But I don't think that the Russians can really help with that because they're not really targeting ISIS for the most part. But what they can do is they can put a stop if they get the right incentives. They could potentially put a stop to what the Assad regime is doing to its own people.
And perhaps leave everybody kind of moderately satisfied and moderately dissatisfied, and that's the way you strike a deal with all these complications and all these players. He is Colonel Cedric Leighton, military intelligence expert and security consultant who formerly worked for both Joint Chiefs of Staff as well as NSA. Colonel Leighton, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, Dan. Thanks so much for having me.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. President Trump preparing for trade talks in Germany. U.S. factory orders down in May. Souvenir hunters have a big week ahead. Those stories next.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
International trade issues are at the top of the president's agenda. Mr. Trump preparing for the G20 summit in Germany this Friday. For the second straight month, orders to factories down in May. The Commerce Department reporting the 0.8% drop, the largest since last November. Economic reports today. The latest figures on mortgage applications nationwide. An update on jobless claims at ADP's monthly employment report. Souvenir hunters can take home a piece of the former Trump Taj Mahal. Billionaire investor Carl Icahn shut the casino down last year after a labor strike. The contents include poker tables, chips, and other Trump memorabilia being auctioned off before the building is demolished. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Dan and Amy, interest rates are down, home prices are up. So the question is, are we re-blowing up that housing bubble that burst about a decade ago, or should we be bullish, on home prices and the housing market? To help us answer these important questions, we're pleased to be joined by Barry Sterner, president of Townstone Financial. Barry, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So what about that? Interest rates down, home prices up. It's a hot market, but should potential home buyers, refinancers be cautious, or should they be bullish?
Right now, with interest rates down, I think you have to take advantage of it. If you need to pay off some high credit card debt, if you have student loans, whatever you have coming up here, if you need to make some repairs to the house this summer, landscaping, whatever it happens to be, it's a great time to refinance your house. We're still in the high to mid threes on a 30-year. We're in the low 3% range for a 15-year fix. Great time to refinance, do a no closing costs, refinance, and take money out to pay off other bills.
What is President Trump's presidency had an effect on mortgage rates?
The Trump effect happens to be that, unfortunately, as you guys talk about all the time, nothing's getting done in Washington. Apprehension has filtered into the bond market, and a slowdown in the economy is kind of anticipated if we don't get tax reform, if nothing happens to Obamacare, and if we continue to have gridlock in Washington, D.C., the bond market's saying, I don't think the economy is really going to be moving. Are they going to build all these roads and bridges and do all these great things that he said he was going to do?
He is Barry Sterner. Tell our friends and listening audience how they can get your advice and counsel and services. Pick up on the conversation we are having here.
Well, you can go to townstone.com or give me a call at 312-896-2110. That's 312-896-2110.
Barry Sterner, president of Townstone Financial. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
The key to success? Keep it simple, especially when it comes to hiring. And nobody makes it easier than Indeed.com. Post a job in minutes. Set up screener questions. Manage your candidates from one dashboard. According to an independent study, 5 times more hires are made through Indeed than any other job site. New users claim your $50 credit to post a sponsored job at Indeed.com/credit. Indeed, the world's #1 job site. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Hi, I'm Jim McCann, chairman of 1-800-Flowers.com and co-founder of Smile Farms. With nearly 80% of adults with developmental disabilities being unemployed in the United States, we decided to try and do something about it. Smile Farms makes a positive impact on the lives of those with special needs by creating meaningful work experiences at local farms and greenhouses.
To find out how you can make a donation and change a life, visit smilefarms.org. That's smilefarms.org.
Are you or a family member suffering from addiction or substance abuse? If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, don't know where to go, or have relapsed, Haymarket Center can help. Haymarket Center wants you and your family to know that addiction is a treatable medical condition. With more than 30 comprehensive programs, Haymarket Center has successfully provided addiction solutions for tens of thousands of individuals and their families since 1975. Haymarket Center's comprehensive approach is at the heart of what they do. They address the whole person, including their substance abuse, mental health, and medical care. Their family-based treatment plan allows families to be part of the treatment program so everyone can be part of the recovery. Treatment does work. There can be a solution. Recovery is possible. Haymarket Center's message to you: hope starts here. Call Haymarket Center now for an assessment at 312-CAN-HELP, 312-CAN-HELP, or visit hcenter.org. That's hcenter.org.
Here are the stories we're watching this morning on AM 560 The Answer. Chicago police have no answers for a violent 4th of July. The Illinois House looks to override the governor today. Cook County leaders threatening budget cuts without their so-called soda tax. U of I kidnapping suspect allegedly talked of the perfect crime. Cubs rally past the Rays. A's strike early to beat the White Sox, and a hot and humid day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
President Trump has a message for Vladimir Putin the day before they meet. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
We urge Russia to cease its destabilizing activities in Ukraine and elsewhere, and its support for hostile regimes, including Syria and Iran.
President Trump in Poland praising their fight against communism.
Your oppressors tried to break you, but Poland could not be broken.
It was a speech in Warsaw that just wrapped up. It was interrupted at times with cheers, even Donald Trump chants. Earlier, the president met with Poland's president at a news conference. He said something has to be done about North Korea's nuclear threats.
I think we'll just take a look at what happens over the coming weeks and months with respect to North Korea. It's a shame that they're behaving this way.
And he acknowledged Russia's campaign meddling.
Well, I think it was Russia, and I think it could have been other people in other countries. Could have been a lot of people interfered.
The president also took a swipe at President Obama, saying his predecessor did nothing to stop Russia before the election, thinking Hillary Clinton would win. Later, President Trump will go to Germany for the G20 Summit of World Leaders and that meeting with President Putin tomorrow. 4 children are dead outside Atlanta, Georgia. So is their father. Gwinnett County Police found the bodies early this morning, responding to reports of a stabbing. Another child's hospitalized. The mother has been taken into custody. An earthquake rocked western Montana just after midnight, doing a little damage.
Shells knocked over, some glass broken, some windows broken.
U.S. Geological Society physicist Robert Sanders. There was also a brief power outage in the town of Lincoln and a gas leak in Helena. Congressman Steve Scalise is in intensive care again, back in serious condition. The Washington hospital treating him cites infection concerns more than 3 weeks after Scalise was shot when a gunman attacked a Republican baseball practice at a field in Virginia. Fox News, fair and balanced.
72 degrees. We have sunshine. Calm winds at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott in the Nissan of St. Charles newsroom. Nissan of St. Charles, home of the Lifetime Advantage warranty. Governor Bruce Rauner says a 32% income tax increase will be like hitting the Illinois taxpayers in the face with a 2x4. Governor yesterday pleaded with lawmakers in the House not to override his vetoes of both the $5 billion income tax increase and a $36 billion no-cut state budget that it fuels. The Illinois House will take up vetoes later this afternoon. Majority Democrats will need Republican help to pass that legislation. Chicago police are reviewing their tactics after a staggering long holiday of gun violence. AM 560's David Stewart totals up the numbers.
Police say a late burst of violence on the 4th pushed the shooting totals to 15 dead and more than 100 wounded, even with extra officers flooding the violence-prone areas. Still, First Deputy Superintendent Kevin Navarro says he believes new tactics now in place will be successful.
We got this way over years. It's not going to change in one weekend or one holiday of violence, so we're looking to slowly but surely, with the community's help, make sure that we get the gains that we need.
Police are also checking to see if the noise from illegal fireworks disrupted the department's shot tracking technology. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
An investigation continues after a 12-year-old Chicago boy drowned at a church in northwest Indiana. Authorities say Davion Henderson was found unresponsive in that pool at Fairhaven Baptist Church in Chesterton. Bond set at $3 million for a man accused of attacking another man last weekend with a nail gun in Cary. Edward Ziggers was charged with attempted murder and home invasion along with residential burglary. Cook County leaders say they'll cut 10% from their budget if a judge blocks the county's soda tax. Last week, a judge put that same tax on hold. Federal prosecutors paint a disturbing picture of the man suspected of kidnapping a U of I scholar. Judge yesterday ordering Brent Christensen held in jail until his trial over the disappearance of Yingying Zhang last month. Zhang is believed to be dead, but investigators are not saying where her body may be. Cubs rally past the Rays 7-3. A's over the White Sox 7-4. The News, a service of NTB. Get your 5-quart conventional oil change today, just $19.99 plus $3 disposal fee for tires, oil service, and repair. National Tire and Battery. That's all you need. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
All right, I know you're bombarded with MyPillow ads everywhere you turn, not only from me, but on TV, billboards, and in print. But the reason is simple. It's the best pillow available. You deserve a restful and relaxing summer. And the July radio deal using my name, Amy, in the promo code is the best deal available. It's the 50% discount on a MyPillow 4-pack, including 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for half the price. You can move the fill to give you the exact support you need regardless of sleep position. You'll sleep deep and won't wake up to a stiff neck or headache. And our good friend Mike Lindell manufactures them in America using only American labor. You can wash and dry them. They're hypoallergenic. And you get a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. So get your 50% off the 4-pack by calling 800-489-0201. Use the promo code Amy or visit MyPillow.com. That's 800-489-0201. Promo code Amy.
Home isn't just a place. It's a feeling that you're safe to enjoy the things that matter most. ADT lets you take that feeling with you. Whether you're at home, your business, or online, we help keep you safe. With security systems, home automation, alarms, and surveillance. So you can feel at home wherever you are. Go to ADT.com to get that feeling for less than $1 a day. ADT. Home. Safe home.
With Quicken Loans, our simple process helps you understand all the details so you can be confident that you're getting the right mortgage. Call 800-QUICKEN or go completely online with Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.875%, APR 4.23%. Call 800-QUICKEN or get started online at rocketmortgage.com. Apply simply, understand fully, mortgage confidently.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
7:06 and a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. In for Jim, here's Al.
Thank you, Mike. On the Tri-State, we still have a big backup, at Harlem. We have an accident blocking the 2 right lanes and traffic is jammed back from Sibley. North of there on the northbound Tri-State from the Reagan to North Avenue is jammed up. Also, the westbound 290 exit ramp is very heavy. Veterans Memorial Tollway northbound from Army Trail to 290 traffic is jamming up. 8094 eastbound from Central to Ripley, look for a backup. On the Edens, inbound 21 Lake Hook to the Kennedy Junction, 23 on the outbound side. Kennedy in is 25 to downtown, half hour back out to O'Hare. Eisenhower 39 into the post office, 34 back out to Thorndale. Stevenson 55 minutes already back in to Lakeshore Drive from 355, 46 on the outbound side. And the Dan Ryan is a half hour 95th to downtown, no outbound delays. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center with our meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today hot and humid with partial sunshine. High 91.
Tonight, partly cloudy with a strong late-night thunderstorm, which could bring damaging winds. A low tonight 70. Sun and clouds tomorrow, high 83. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
72 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Lou Bridges Show. Get foreclosure defense solutions that may save your home. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. And in for Amy this morning, Chicago Tribune, page 2 columnist, the legendary John Cass. John, pleasure to have you in with us again. And the issue...
You do not get the Mutza.
What's that? I do not.
You're exempt.
I do, because
you, like the 15 Republicans in Madigan, are exempt.
Yes. Well, we'll be talking about that at the bottom of the hour with State Representative Mark Batnick. But got to talk a little bit about CNN for a couple of reasons. One, Project Veritas. This is James O'Keefe. Another undercover video he released yesterday. This time, one of his operatives talking to New Day associate producer Jimmy Carr. New Day is the Chris Cuomo show, the morning show. And here's what New Day associate producer Jimmy Carr had to say about Trump and about you, the American voter, at least the American voter who voted for Trump.
We all recognize he is a clown, that he is hilariously unqualified for this, that he's really bad at this, and that he does not have America's best interests. We recognize it's justified and crazy.
Would it be fair to question the intellect of the American voter?
Oh, no, they're stupid as shit. I hate to be this.
Right. Trump is effing crazy, does not have the best interests of America at heart, and you, the American voter, again, who voted for Trump, are stupid as, you're stupid as
Scatological reference.
Yeah, and so that's that. And Kellyanne Conway, who I think has been on Chris Cuomo's show, been on New Day many, many times. She was characterized by Mr. Carr thusly.
Sorry, Kellyanne Conway. What she look like? Is she the one with the? Looks like she got hit with a shovel. Said she looks like she got hit with a shovel.
Kellyanne Conway looks like she got hit in the head or hit in the face with a shovel. I mean, commenting on a woman's physical appearance.
It's okay if you're on the left.
I mean, will there be outrage? And I'm not suggesting that there's a standard for the President of the United States, and there perhaps are different standards for associate producers, back office types at cable news network. But, I mean, just in terms of the civility of our discourse with somebody that's producing CNN's morning show, it's interesting to note, isn't it? This in the context of some of the other CNN programming, and I don't just want to harp on CNN, but it's just front and center because I've got problems with all the cable news networks, including Fox, by the way. But I go back to Michael Wolff, who, no man of the right, by the way, Hollywood Reporter, Vanity Fair, media critic. He was on Brian Stelter's program. Brian Stelter is their media guy, a media critic, if you will, has a show on Sundays. And Michael Wolff said this about what media has become in D.C., and frankly, about Brian Stelter himself to Brian Stelter.
The media correspondent for CNN turns to the camera every Sunday morning and delivers a pious sermon about Trump's perfidiousness. I hope I pronounced that right. Tell me about that particular issue. Do you feel that my style is wrong or my substance is wrong, trying to fact check the president?
I think it's, and I mean this with truly no disrespect, but I think you can border on being sort of quite a ridiculous figure. It's not a good look to repeatedly and self-righteously defend your own self-interest. The media should not be the story. Every week, in this religious sense, you make it the story. We are not the story.
For more on this topic, we're pleased to be joined by former CNN Washington bureau chief Frank Sesno. The last time we talked to Mr. Sesno, I think it was in relation to his book, Ask More, which I actually read and is really good. Mm-hmm. So in terms of books on the media from somebody who knows the game, I certainly recommend Ask More, and appreciate, Frank, you joining us again. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to be with you.
So what about what Michael Wolff said about Stelter and the D.C. press corps in general, really, as well as what you heard that associate producer for New Day say?
If we zoom out and go to Mars and pretend we're looking down and we're looking at the media, I think we would conclude that they've lost their way in many ways. What media should be doing, what journalism should be doing, is looking at issues and stories and people and things, and stop talking about things and constantly navel-gazing. I mean, this was part of the problem and part of the criticism from the election campaign. Mm-hmm. We talked about people rather than talking to and with people, and I think it becomes the case now. And what happens then is this becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. For people who voted for Donald Trump, all they hear is criticism from the media about Donald Trump, and they start tuning the media out, rather than And when you talk about when I was bureau chief, I was also a White House correspondent. I was an anchor and all this other kind of stuff. And we had this whole thing when I joined CNN. We don't have stars. The news is the star. And we often said, just as John was saying a moment ago, we're not the story. Now, the media are more the story now because the president is making them, but they're kind of like playing into this narrative a little bit and making themselves more the story. I would love to see everybody go way back. Media shows should look at what is good journalism, what is bad journalism, and quit all this, constant yapping. Ignore some of the president's tweets when he goes after fake news instead of being drawn into them all the time, and get a life here and cover things that matter.
One of the things I've noticed working in Chicago and always rejecting the idea of editors to go to Washington is that it seems that in general the cable news and the Beltway media in general are less journalists than guardians of the establishment. And I don't mean it just in a partisan sense for now with respect to Trump, but in general, regardless of who's in office, there is sort of an us versus them attitude, them being the people and us being the guardians of the royals. You get that sense? You've been in it. You were at the White House.
A bit. I look at it a little bit differently. I think it's less as guarding the palace as it is just living inside the bubble and playing into the echo and losing sight of some of the other things that matter. I have this idea that I'm pursuing. Maybe you can help me with this. I'm director of the School of Media and Public Affairs at George Washington University. Some of our students are journalism students. They want to be journalists. Good luck. They come partly because of all these great internships that they can go to the Washington Post, they go to NPR, they go to CNN, they go to Wall Street Journal, all these things. Well, I've got this new thing that I'm pursuing, and we're going to try to get some other internships going for them. I want them to go to Wheeling, West Virginia. I want to go to Biloxi. I want them to go to Billings, Montana. The best journalists are journalists who can go to places they've never been before, talk to people they've never met before, and tell stories they've never imagined before, rather than being in the bubble and just echoing what they hear over and over again.
Yeah, I'll tell you. So it's this kind of plays out here locally with the Chicago and Springfield press corps. And so when you have government in crisis, as I'm sure you know, Illinois has been for some time.
You're doing well. You've got great things going.
Yes, exactly. We're the greatest exodus since the Israelites fled Egypt is going on here. But when you're in the bubble, what you become, it's not overt that you're the Praetorian Guard for the palace, but you only see the crisis in government. You become the big government press corps. There's crisis in government, no question. There's also a crisis among 90% of people who live outside of government. And we just talk about government programs in crisis or a state budget that isn't balanced. And we don't see coverage, I should say, of, the lives that are being led by 90% of people, many of whom are also in crisis, but because they're not directly connected to a government program, their stories aren't told.
That is exactly right. And what CNN and what Fox and what Rush Limbaugh and everybody in media should be doing is getting to those people you're talking about and telling their stories. How are they going to put their kids through college? What happens when the factory closes? What happens when they closes? What happens when they have a college degree and they can't get a job? What happens to a kid? How does a young couple paying $800, $1,200 a month in child care buy a house? What happens to the middle class? What is the future of work? And on and on and on it goes. Now, I would say this, though, and it doesn't mean that the journalism should give up one of its core functions. One of the core functions of journalism is to hold powerful people to account. And so there should be constant scrutiny on people in power, whether it's the governor of Illinois or the president of the United States or the mayor of Chicago or New York or any little town. We depend on that. Now, here we just had the 4th of July, and I'm reading this great book on Thomas Jefferson. He didn't have a great relationship with the media.
No, he did not.
And yet he defended it. So we can't lose sight of that.
Well, I just want to stick on CNN. I bet you probably kind of already answered this, but I feel like I need to address the specific instance because of the accusations of blackmail. CNN is blackmailing this Reddit guy who posted the video that of Trump fake wrestling a CNN head and all of the hand wringing over this. But what's your reaction to how CNN handled that in terms of deciding not to publish his name so long as he took the video down and agreed not to do it? Is that blackmail? Is that just judicious restraint on the part of CNN? How did they handle it?
They sort of got themselves in trouble by trying to do the right thing. So one of the things that I've called for is more and more transparency. So if you're going to talk to 4 anonymous sources, be sure you tell your readers or your listeners that they're 4 sources. Tell them where they come from as best you can. Okay, so we know. In this situation, what CNN says they were trying to do was to talk to somebody who didn't want his name out there. That was his condition. Try to be as transparent as possible and said this could change if this person changes. It's a convoluted and confusing thing they did that can certainly play into this notion that there's sort of blackmail. You don't do this, buddy, we're going to release your name. I don't think that's what they were trying to do. I think they were trying to be transparent with the audience. But John, when you negotiate with sources, you kind of come up with these rules of the road.
Right.
They certainly opened themselves up to some serious criticism here.
One thing I've always found, and I wrote about this last week, and I learned it over the taping of Harold Washington, our late former mayor, years ago when I was a kid in the business. Yeah. Our editor decided to put not to identify the source by name, but to put the political motivation of the source out there. In other words, this source came from the anti-Washington camp. It was a valuable lesson. I don't think CNN has followed it, but I don't think Fox News follows it either, or any of the others. And I wonder why that isn't done enough.
Well, I can't answer that. I have argued for years and years that CNN, I'm glad they have a Brian Stelter. That's fine. I've been on the show. I substituted for him.
I liked it when you did it.
You have better hair.
You have better hair.
Yeah.
That's what qualifies you in television. But I have called for years for CNN to have the equivalent of an ombudsman or a public editor to explain their decisions and explain these things to the public. News organizations should have the same transparency and be as accountable and answerable to the public as they demand of every other institution. And it's not good enough to put out a PR statement from the PR crowd and move on. So I think that the explanations often are inadequate, and generally speaking, the public would have more respect for what's going on inside news organizations if they were taken into the debates and what's going on. Wouldn't always be very nice if people know what people are saying, like the Veritas tape seems to indicate. But, it's the game you're playing in.
One thing I'd like to offer you is in your new job with the young people, I found young reporters relying too much on email. They email someone and expect a response. Can you tell those young reporters, get in somebody's face, call them up, find out where they live, use their library card, whatever.
Jump out of a bush.
Track them down and go up to the guy. Don't wait for them.
Totally. It's a generational thing, right? Reporters, like everybody else, they text, they email, and I'm with you. I'm saying, get on the phone, tie up your shoes, go out, spend 3 hours on someone's doorstep, talk to them, hear their voice, because that's how you build relationships and that's how you develop sources.
Hat and coat says no. Hat and coat. That's all I'm saying.
Hat and coat. Yeah,
get your hat and coat. Get out there.
I'll tell you, the guy who tells the best stories on this, who is the most is Bob Woodward, because that's how Bob Woodward became Bob Woodward. He just showed up, and it was sort of gumshoe reporting. It was like Spotlight. He was there. He was there. He was there, and that's how you break stories. The public, though, by the way, we need to inform people about this, because there's a lot of really hard work that goes into this. It's very easy to pile on, and there's lots to pile on in the way media work. But there's also some terrific people who work very hard and in some cases risk their lives for this business. So I just want to raise my hand for that too.
All right. He is Frank Sesno, former Washington bureau chief for CNN, the author of the book Ask More, and now heading up the J School over at George Washington. So if you've got a young person interested in being a journalist, you may want to consider George Washington J School. Frank Sesno, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Have a great day.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. On AM 560, The Answer.
And now the Chicago Fire weather report. Hot and humid today with partial sunshine, high of 91.
Tie predicted.
Partly cloudy, a strong thunderstorm late tonight. Storms can bring damaging winds, low of 70. And, tomorrow, maybe not as hot. Okay? So water those tomatoes early. Al Verdi, how's the traffic out there?
Hey, John. Well, this accident is starting to get cleared up on the northbound tri-state at Harlem. It's been moved off to the right shoulder. The traffic is still jammed back from Sibley. Further north, the tri-state is heavy northbound between the Reagan and North Avenue. Also, the westbound 290 exit ramp is jammed up. Veterans Memorial northbound, that's heavy Army Trail to 290. 8094 eastbound from Central to Ripley, look for a backup. Inbound on the Edens, that's 21 Lake Cook to the Kennedy Junction, 25 on the outbound trip. Kennedy in is 26 to downtown, 33 back out to the airport. Eisenhower inbound Thorndale to the post office, 42 minutes. 27 in from Manheim. The outbound trip is 38. Stevenson over an hour to get into Lakeshore Drive, 63 minutes. Outbound 44. And Dan Ryan, half hour from 95th into downtown. Outbound not showing any delays at all. I'm Al Verdi in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Upstream-ideas.com, premium content that enhances what we do each morning in this show. It's our digital platform where we cross-promote the various content, original content that we offer, like long-form interviews in our Against the Current series, Follow the Logic Man on the Street interviews this week, talking to people, getting their reaction to the tax hike, lack of spending cuts, whether they're going to stay in Illinois. You'll be interested, I think, in some of the answers from fellow Illinois denizens. 2-minute warnings about bad actors in public office, dollars and cents, about how some of those actors, good and bad, are spending your tax dollars in Illinois. My 60 Seconds of Sanity, and podcasts of our Illinois Rising program, where we're doing wall-to-wall coverage on the Illinois General Assembly's special session. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
So what would you do with an extra $500 a month in your budget? $500. This isn't hypothetical, by the way. This is something you may need to think about very soon if you decide to become a member of MediShare. MediShare is a way to pay for your health care, and typically it costs $500 less per month for a family versus other health care plans. So seriously, think about this. You could pay off loans, pay down a mortgage, save the money for retirement, donate to charity. That would be a big deal. But you know what? Here's the best thing. MediShare works. It has 250,000 members, and it's growing fast. With MediShare, not only do you save, you don't have to pay for things you don't believe in either, and that is a beautiful thing too. So here's how you can find out more, and you might actually wind up saving even more than $500 a month. So check into it. Here's the number. Call 844-41-BIBLE. That's 844-41-BIBLE. Now available in Montana. Call 844-41-BIBLE.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
It takes a lot of courage to face your own death, but I'm glad I finally did. See, I was putting off getting life insurance to protect my family, even though I knew it was important. Then my neighbor's husband died. I watched her struggle emotionally and financially. It really made me face reality. If my husband died, how would I pay the mortgage, the car payments, or keep up the life the kids and I had? I realized I needed to get us life insurance right away. So I called AIG Direct. In less than 5 minutes, I had a quote. I was shocked at how affordable it is. Just $14 a month for $250,000 of term life coverage. I feel so much better knowing my family has protection.
Call AIG Direct right now for a free no-obligation quote. The call takes less than 5 minutes, and you can save up to 70%. Call now, 1-800-900-1904. That's 1-800-900-1904. 1-800-900-1904.
You all know America's Bar and Grill in Hoffman Estates has the best Tuesday night trivia in the Northwest Burbs, right? Woo! Yes! Good. But did you know every time you play and win at America's Bar and Grill, you and all your trivia teammates are qualified to win tickets aboard their 8th annual party bus to a Cubs game?
That's right, baby. VIP.
Plus, all trivia players receive 30% off their food orders. Now, just for listening to AM 560 The Answer, they're offering you a chance to qualify to win 2 tickets aboard the America's Bar party bus to a Cubs game. Just answer this simple trivia question. What movie is this quote from? You're killing me, Smalls. Post your answer on the America's Bar and Grill Facebook page, and you're entered to win. It's that easy. For more info about America's Bar and Grill, visit americasbar.com or on Facebook at America's Bar and Grill. America's Bar and Grill, they have it all. Sports, indoor bags, pool tables, darts, dancing, and Trivia Tuesdays.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and John Cass in for Amy, and getting a lot of reaction to the Frank Sesno interview, which Frank Sesno is very good.
Yes.
Let's quickly take Ken from Schererville, Indiana. Ken, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I've got a couple of points. The first is with respect to what your guest said about, the press should report on what matters. Everything the President of the United States says matters. He's the leader of the free world. And I'll give you an example. The whole thing, the Mika Brzezinski tweet, right? We have this problem in this country called cyberbullying. If he were a teenager, we would consider him to be a cyberbully. Commenting on a woman's appearance and she's bleeding from the face and so forth and so on. For the President of the United States to be tweeting stuff like that, that's news. It's legitimate news. And the other point, actually, I've got.
Well, you got time for one more.
Okay. Well, the other point is that with respect to Mika Brzezinski, as an example, she's in the news because he put her in the news. I mean, he wasn't. She was, she's host of Morning Joe, but she wasn't a news item until he made her a news item. So he is generating much of this news himself, and I think it's backfiring because I think there were reports, but it was entirely predictable. Their ratings went up.
Thanks.
So, I mean, not only is it ill-advised, it's stupid.
Thanks for the call, Ken. Appreciate it. I'll see those comments, and I'll raise you a Lindsay Lohan, who tweeted out her support for President Trump over the weekend, including, this is actually substantive, legitimate, I'm impressed that she knows about this, including Trump's willingness to help Charlie Gard, that baby in the UK whose parents are precluded by the state-run health care from trying to save their child's life. And it's just an incredible case. She tweeted, "This is our president," did Lindsay Lohan. "Stop bullying him and start trusting him." How about that?
When you quote Lindsay Lohan to defend Donald Trump's vulgarity, I am rendered speechless because I can't stand the people he can't stand as much as you. But come on,
this is where we are at America 241. Appeals to authority are appeals to Lindsay Lohan. Coming up at 7:37, sticking on the absurd, we'll talk about the override of the governor's veto of the tax hike with State Representative Mark Batnick at 7:37. But now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
72 degrees in the Nissan of St. Charles newsroom. Nissan of St. Charles, home of the Lifetime Advantage warranty. Doctors at MedStar Washington Hospital putting Louisiana Congressman Steve Scalise back into intensive care. The move comes over an infection concern. President Trump calls terrorism a menace, threatening all of humanity.
We are confronted by another oppressive ideology, one that seeks to export terrorism and extremism all around the globe.
Speaking in Poland today, the president saying the U.S. and Europe have suffered one terror attack after another and vowing to stop terrorism in a sustained and united effort with Europe. President Trump taking the first steps this morning to drill for oil and gas off the Jersey Shore. The Interior Department is opening a forum for public comment. The president has promised to undo some protections put in place by President Obama's Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, protecting nearly 4 million acres in the Atlantic from Maryland to Massachusetts. America's largest teachers union is adopting a new policy against charter schools. The NEA adopted that policy yesterday, aimed at limiting charter school growth and increasing accountability for charter schools. While cities across the U.S. raise their minimum wage, St. Louis is being forced to lower theirs. The city raised its minimum wage to $10 an hour 2 months ago. Missouri Governor Eric Greitens now says the wage hike was a huge mistake and it is taking money out of people's pockets. The governor says in August, the minimum wage in St. Louis will return back to $7.70 an hour. Illinois could see its first budget in almost 3 years by the end of the day. The Illinois House is due back in Springfield this afternoon to try and override Governor Rauner's veto of that $5 billion income tax increase. Authorities are questioning a person of interest following a deadly stabbing on Chicago's far south side in an apartment near 103rd and Halsted. Actor Bill Murray and his brothers bringing Caddyshack, well, rather a Caddyshack-themed sports bar to the burbs. The Wilmette natives signed an agreement to open the Murray Brothers Caddyshack restaurant inside the Crown Plaza in Rosemont. Cubs rally past the Rays. Sox fall to the A's in Oakland. And the news is a service of Cabela's. Head to Cabela's summer clearance going on now. Protect your family on your next picnic in the backyard or day at the lake with 40% off all in-stock screen shelters and canopies. From clothing and footwear to fishing and shooting gear, there's savings for everybody at Cabela's summer clearance. 7:35, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Cabela's summer clearance is going on now. From clothing to optics, come in and get savings up to 50% off. See all their deals at Cabela's.com.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My air conditioner broke down.
Sorry, but your home insurance doesn't cover air conditioner breakdowns.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my air conditioner?
I'm afraid not.
But his air conditioner could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus major components of 20 other home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, call 1-800-700-2119. Homeowners insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Be sure with the Shield. American Home Shield. For valuable free information, call 1-800-700-2119. That's 1-800-700-2119. 1-800-700-2119.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance, but they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz, at Automated Systems when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
7:37. Let's get a quick check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Al.
Thanks, Mike. On the Tri-State, damage is done. Northbound, things are jammed up between Sibley and Harlem, where an accident's been moved off to the right shoulder. Northbound also heavy from the Reagan to North Avenue. On the Edens, the inbound trip, no more delays. 24 outbound there, it slows from Montrose to Niles Center Road. Kennedy in is half an hour O'Hare to downtown, 32 back in. On the Eisenhower, 48 Thorndale to the post office, 41 back out to Thorndale. And Stevenson inbound, full hour from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 45 out. Traffic is service of Burger King Breakfast. Right now at participating Burger King restaurants, you can get 2 croissant-wich breakfast sandwiches for just $4. That's 2 croissant-wich breakfast sandwiches for just $4. It's breakfast on a light, flaky croissant, only at Burger King. Price and participation vary. Restrictions apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Hot and humid today. Partial sunshine, 91. Currently 72. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next with John Cass sitting in this morning on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Wine Time Radio. Every Saturday at 5 p.m. on AM 560, explore the wonderful world of wine with host James Crooker and Rob Lehner.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan, and as Mike Scott said, the talented John Cass. And for Amy this morning, she's still enjoying her European vacation, well earned. And John, your newspaper, it's the Chicago Tribune.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah. This editorial, Illinois House, be careful with this tax hike. Where are all those reforms? That's a hilarious rhetorical question. The Ed Board offering includes this review. Members of the Illinois House, the decision falls on you. Will you override Governor Rauner's veto of a permanent 32% increase in the personal income tax, or will you instead insist, first let's agree on the reforms that many of us promised voters would have to be part of any tax deal? We ask because if you vote for this tax increase, if you vote this tax increase into law, and then have to admit to your constituents that the accompanying reform bills are really just diluted eyewash, you'll look like chumps for Speaker Mike Madigan. That's a particular admonition for the 15 House Republicans, nearly a third of the Republican caucus, who broke ranks and voted for the tax hike, John.
And there's someone else in the Tribune who refers to those 15 Republicans as cravens with the spines made entirely of ricotta cheese. And I wonder who that might be.
It's making me hungry.
So I would suggest you read the editorial and maybe the Mutza column and see where we're going here.
Yeah, surrender Republicans. We've had
I mean, that is just pathetic, isn't it? That they would just go like that and just get on their knees and crawl before the Sith or whatever his name is.
They're positively enthusiastic. The iconic photo, if you haven't seen it, look it up. I've tweeted it at Dan Proft, Facebook too. Steve Anderson, the rep from Geneva, who, because of Rauner's abdication of leadership, filled the void and became the de facto governor for the last week, organized with some help, but he was the lead organizer of the 15 Republicans who voted for this tax hike with no spending reforms, as the Tribune opines. Once upon its passage on Sunday, while you were enjoying your 4th of July weekend, Steve Anderson, Republican from Geneva, raising his hands in victory, because this is what victory looks like in Illinois for Republicans, and clapping in the background from others who voted for it, including
Democrats.
Reggie Phillips. No, Republicans.
Republicans too, yeah.
While Jim Durkin, the House Minority Leader, standing with his arms akimbo, looking befuddled and exasperated.
So if there's an override today, Madigan is contemplating that. Is Rauner at fault for abdicating, for kind of disappearing and
Yes.
letting this happen?
Yes, he is. And he's tried to play this game, this inside game, for the better part of the last 18 months, and it has been to no effect other than to diminish his standing, dilute his brand and allow the likes of Steve Anderson, allow the big government Republicans to be ascendant. So I would say that's a problem. That's not those aren't good outcomes from the maverick who's going to take on the power structure in Springfield to turn around Illinois. And let me just say this too, as you're contemplating, whatever rationalizations you're going to hear from those 15 surrender Republicans. Wall Street Journal, Moody's is talking about possibly downgrading Illinois to junk regardless. You pass this tax hike, we're still going to downgrade it to junk. More. Well, but also because it doesn't change the trajectory of Illinois. But here's the other thing. Wall Street Journal editorial, again on Illinois, junk by any name in Illinois. The Wall Street Journal writes, the three major rating agencies are constructive in highlighting fiscal deficits, but they often underestimate credit risk. Downgrades are lagging indicators of fiscal and economic stress. No kidding. And they talk about this tax hike that is going to be inculcated into law this afternoon with the override. While higher taxes may let bondholders breathe easier for a while, they won't change the state's tax and borrow and spend culture to pay its backlog of health care bills, accruing at 9% interest. The state now plans to issue $6 billion in general obligation bonds. Illinois borrowed $17 billion to fund pensions, which have the largest unfunded liabilities in the country. The state will pay $1.6 billion in interest on bonds and $8.9 billion to the pension funds, which is about 35% of the general revenue fund. CPS borrowing $400 million last month at roughly 6.5% interest to make mandated pension payments. Rating agencies were loath to scold Puerto Rico, Detroit, and Stockton, California when they raised taxes while deferring spending reforms. But the tax increases propelled their economic decline and population flight, and bondholders ultimately got fleeced. Illinois may not be able to go bankrupt under federal law, but that won't stop politicians from making them an offer they can't refuse. Puerto Rico, Detroit, Stockton did the same thing Illinois is poised to do, and as the Wall Street Journal correctly recalls, hasten the decline and the population flight.
Wait, while all this was going on over the past 8 years or 10 years, 20 years, where was the Wall Street Journal then? Where was the national? You know what they were saying? Let's not have Chicago as Beirut on the lake, right?
Well, let's get more on this, because one of the questions is, does Rauner really want, his protestations notwithstanding, does he really want his veto to be overridden? Because let me tell you, he doesn't. But we'll put that question to Mark Batnick and see if he agrees with me. Representative Mark Batnick, Republican from Plainfield, an opponent of the tax hike, I should add, and made a very good speech on the House floor during House debate on Sunday in opposition to the tax increase, joins us now. Mark, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for being on. Great to be on with the legendary John Cass.
Yes, exactly. Everybody knows it. And so here's the thing. What happens today with the House move to override the governor's veto after the Senate has already done so? And what's your sense of what the governor really wants to happen?
Well, I mean, I'm hopeful that the governor is trying to stop the veto override from happening. I know they lost one of the yes votes is apparently in Russia. I don't know if Putin's involved there, but I know they're down. I know they're down at least one vote today. So yeah, I mean it's close. The people who voted yes on the Republican side are getting a whole heck of a lot of pressure, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. If Madigan really wanted this done, the way to have done it would be do what the Senate did, where they voted for it, got the veto back, overrid it, and then do it that day. The past couple of days have been pretty harsh on the people that voted for the tax increase. It's like I said, especially on the Republican side.
So you're suggesting that Madigan doesn't really want to override the veto?
You know, I've been wrong so many times on predicting what's going to happen in this state, but there is certainly something to say that if Madigan overrides this, and then especially if we do get downgraded for not having the reforms, then he has a whole lot of egg on his face. Whereas the governor does come off looking at like the defender of the taxpayers. Should he veto this and it get overridden by the General Assembly, he gets to go into the next election and say basically, hey, I was trying to defend the taxpayers. Moody said we needed reforms. That's what I was fighting for, and they won't listen to me. You need to reelect me because it will be total capitulation if there's another Democratic governor in office. So there is, kind of the game behind the game.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see what Madigan does today, because he probably could put on a few extra votes if a couple of Republicans fall off. but I'm not sure how deep that goes, and
And
I'm frankly not sure what he wants.
Well, and by the way, what you just said is why Governor Rauner wants his veto overridden, because it gives him the position that he should have had the entire time, but he now gets, frankly, a gift from Madigan, almost in spite of himself. This is Madigan throwing him a life preserver just on the politics of it. Not that I want the taxes to be imposed. Obviously, I'm an opponent of it, as you are, Mark. But, I mean, that the politics of it, you've just explained perfectly, which is why Madigan probably has a lot of incentive to say, okay, I passed a bipartisan budget. I got 15 House Republicans on it. You don't like it? All right, well, you take it back. You figure it out, and you pass your own. And, oh, by the way, schools are scheduled to open in a month. Good luck.
Yeah, and here's the problem with this whole thing. The thing that burns me up the most and where Madigan is a master at. He's the master, and this is Representative Green's line. He's the master of what I call or what he calls blackmail politics, where he puts you in a position where you have to choose between two bad choices. Now, if this was happening in April, back when I stopped voting on all this other nonsense, when we were avoiding the budget discussion, we would have had time to go back and forth before the end of the fiscal year, before the rating agencies are breathing down our backs. But what the speaker did is he waited and waited and waited and waited. He waited past the May 31st deadline. He even waited past June 30th, seeing that, it's a holiday, we can wait for the rating agencies a few days, before he called something like this and put it up for a vote. So we're in this pickle now where we're closer to schools opening, we're closer to a downgrade, where people feel like they have to vote for just about anything. Where if we were talking about this the entire session like we should have been, like real state legislators do, we wouldn't be in this pickle.
That's because lives and livelihoods are games for many of the Royals in Springfield, particularly at the leadership level, frankly, on both sides.
Yeah, I'll hold back comment on that, but I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, here's one that I'd like to hear a comment from you on. Your colleagues who voted for this, for the tax increase, the Republicans.
Yeah, I got a straight-up comment. So you represent a university town. He's willing to destroy it. He's willing to destroy your friendships, your everything you built for in that town. He's willing to take you just to the absolute brink until you cry uncle. What do you do? And that's the type of hardball politics that the speaker plays, and he won. I guess we'll see what happens this afternoon.
But what happens?
But he won.
What happens with the opposition? What happens to people who are taxpayers who don't like the fact that Republicans are getting on their knees helping Madigan? What are they going to do about it? And what kind of pressure are your colleagues facing from voters and taxpayers on this thing?
Oh, I got to tell you, the pressure is intense. Talking to some of those guys from that voted for it, the pressure is intense for them to hop off this override. So that's why I'm not fully convinced the override happens, for two reasons. I'm not sure the speaker wants the override to happen, and I'm not sure that the 15 that voted for the tax hike in the first place are going to stand strong and carry the override through. So it's going to be an interesting day. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a long day.
Yeah, but the 15 have already made their bet. So if they flip flop, so what? There's nothing to be gained. I mean, I'm just in my private life as just another Illinois resident, I'm interested in supporting primary challengers across the board, and it doesn't matter what they do on the override. They've already showed me who they are. And with respect to Eastern Illinois University, we had the Cornhusker kickback for Obamacare. We had a Charleston kickback for Dale Ryder, the lone Republican senator to vote for this and to override the governor's veto on the Senate side, where he gets $5-6 million in pork for Eastern Illinois University, and all of a sudden he's the lone Republican to vote and provide political cover for a Dem target, just as your colleagues in the House did, Tom Cullerton in DuPage County, which is a Senate pickup opportunity. It's a good way to ensure the minority in perpetuity for Republicans. And the Eastern Illinois thing, it's like your university, more money. I know you know this, Mark, because you're on higher ed and you know this better than I do. But, I mean, Eastern Illinois University has seen their student population almost halve in the last decade. And yet the state support for EIU is essentially the same. So, I mean, there's just everywhere you go in this state, it's a Ponzi scheme. And there's no such thing as right-sizing any funding levels for any unit of government, regardless of performance, size, scope, outcomes. It's just always more inputs into every single system. And, you play the game of taking new money in to try and pay old debt like Bernie Madoff would do. And, and people are tired of it.
I completely agree with that. And that was one of the things I talked about on the House floor. We didn't reform anything. I mean, the fact that in the 2.5 years, something as small as, did one Secretary of State office close? Did one? I mean, I've got 3 Secretary of State offices within 13 miles of where I live. Do I need all 3? Do we need 2 labor relation boards? Do we need to be funding higher ed at nearly double the national average when we are funding it? Does everything have to be so expensive the way we do government in Illinois? And that's the reform part that Moody's is talking about. And that's what, frankly, what I've been talking about for 2 years, and that is so frustrating because all we seem to do in this state is throw more and more money at things that aren't being run well, things that are failing. And that's, frankly, why the tax increase is the wrong way to go. We have to start with reforms first.
All right. He is State Representative Mark Batnick, one of, many Republicans, but not a third of them in the House fighting the fight on the tax hikes and in furtherance of reforms as he is describing. Representative Mark Batnick, Republican from Plainfield, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
They're here, circling over your head, and they're tracking you down. You feel overwhelmed, like you can't escape. You need a solution to get your back taxes filed, to put your life back on track. If you owe $10,000 or more, then you need someone who can keep the vultures at bay and work directly with the IRS to leverage every opportunity to settle your tax debt. Mary Karpowitz of locally owned Comprehensive Tax Solutions is an enrolled agent and certified resolution specialist. Don't let the IRS threaten you. You should never need to speak to them directly. Mary will do that. Comprehensive Tax Solutions will execute a plan that can help settle your tax problems, and they will fight for you. Comprehensive Tax Solutions can be a lifesaver for your family. Don't call a toll-free number to represent you. Call Mary. 708-478-6770. 708-478-6770. Or go to resolveyourtaxproblems.com. Call Mary. 708-478-6770.
Message and data rates may apply.
Does forgetting your password make your blood boil? If technology is supposed to make life easier, then why is it so difficult to log into apps and websites? We're about to simplify your life now by giving you free access to Dashlane, the award-winning app that remembers and protects all of your passwords, making it easy to securely access all of your accounts. Get Dashlane free for life on your favorite device right now by texting PASS to 543-543. Dashlane makes life online blissfully simple, safe, and secure. Trusted by over 7 million users and 6,000 companies. Top-rated in functionality, security, and ease of use. Honored with over 70,000 5-star ratings. Dashlane, where passwords are never lost, never forgotten, and always secure. Unlock free access to Dashlane for life on your favorite device right now by texting PASS to 543-543. After texting, please enjoy a sigh of relief. That's PASS to 543-543.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Bob Aument, a founding partner of the law firm of Dassman and Aument and longtime personal customer of Signature Bank. Our firm recently left one of the larger banks to bank with Signature Bank, and it's been a refreshing change. With Signature Bank, we've been able to tailor banking solutions that fit the specific needs of our firm. Beyond that, Signature Bank is responsive, efficient, and timely in meeting those needs. If I have a request, I pick up the phone and talk to Mick O'Rourke, not someone at a phone bank thousands of miles away. Dassman and Aument needed more than what the larger banks offer, and we found that with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Once I started drinking, it was on. I was so depressed. I drank by myself every night. It wasn't just me that was a problem. There was a chemical imbalance that had to be taken care of as well.
The fact is, a large percentage of alcohol and drug abusers have underlying psychological issues that are the root of their problem, including depression, ADHD, anxiety, bipolar, and eating disorders. But most addiction treatment centers are not qualified to treat these conditions. At Sovereign Health, we're different. Our patients are supported by a team of real doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, and addiction specialists who can properly diagnose and treat the addiction problem.
It's been almost 3 years now that I've been sober. I learned that there is life outside of the walls of the depression and the drinking.
Struggling with addiction? Get help now. Call Sovereign Health. The consultation is free and most insurance plans accepted. Call 800-417-4842. That's 800-417-4842. 800-417-4842.
July is Patriotism Month at Schrenk Smoking Gun. In honor of Independence Day, everyone who purchases a firearm in July at Schrenk's will automatically be registered to win a really cool Charter Arms Old Glory 38 Special Revolver. It's designed just like Old Glory, our beautiful American flag. During July, you can also save on select ammo with Schrenk's Buy 3, Get 1 free deal. You already know that Schrenk's has Lake County's largest selection of new, used, and consignment pistols, rifles, shotguns, and ammo, plus full gunsmith services. And you know that Schrenk's has a great selection of your favorite cigars. Don't forget, you'll avoid Cook County taxes by purchasing your firearms from Schrenk's. They're the firearms store generations of customers trust. Don't miss your chance to win the Charter Arms Old Glory 38 Special Revolver. Visit SmokeTheletterN.gun.org or call 847-662-4034. Schrenk's Smoking Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964.
AM 560, The Answer.
Republicans may have their troubles, but Democrats have a slogan about Republicans and a octogenarian socialist in their future. We'll pour over that with Rich Lowry, editor of National Review, at 8:08. But now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan and John, here are the stories we're watching right now. The Illinois House looks to try and override the governor today. Cook County leaders threaten budget cuts without the soda tax. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
We will never back down. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump told a big crowd in Poland today.
And if we don't forget who we are, we just can't be beaten.
And he said something he was criticized for not saying when he went to NATO in May.
We stand firmly behind Article 5, the mutual defense commitment.
But the president added Europe must do more. He also urged Russia to stop destabilizing Ukraine and other areas the day before meeting with Russian President Putin at the G20 Summit of World Leaders. He's just left Warsaw, headed to Germany. Earlier, President Trump attended a summit, met with Poland's president, and held a news conference. Fox's John Decker's live at the White House.
President Trump said he's considering all options, including the military option, in response to North Korea's successful test of an intercontinental ballistic missile earlier this week.
But I have some pretty severe things that we're thinking about. That doesn't mean we're going to do them.
In a news conference, the president also blamed former President Obama for not doing enough to prevent Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election.
He thought Hillary was going to win. And if he thought I was going to win, he would have done plenty about it.
North Korea will be on the agenda when the president meets with Russian President Vladimir Putin tomorrow at the G20 summit in Germany. Dave?
John, a mass murder discovered at a home in Georgia. Fox's Evan Brown on the case live.
Dave, police in Gwinnett County, Georgia, outside Atlanta, got a 911 call this morning. Someone in the town of Loganville found a father and 4 of his children stabbed to death inside their home.
This is a horrendous crime. This is something that we never expected, in this community.
Police Corporal Michelle Pajera. Now the man's wife, the children's mother, is being questioned. A 5th child is at the hospital with serious injuries, Dave.
Evan, a Pennsylvania man's jailed without bail, accused of trying to blow up his home on the 4th of July with he, his wife, and mom inside. Police say he filled the house with propane and had a flare gun. Fox News, fair and balanced.
72 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott in the Nissan of St. Charles newsroom. Nissan of St. Charles, home of the Lifetime Advantage warranty. Illinois could see its first budget in almost 3 years by the end of the day. The House due back in Springfield this afternoon to try and override Governor Rauner's budget veto of a 32% income tax increase. and a $36 billion no-cut state budget that tax increase fuels. Chicago police are expressing frustration over an extremely violent 4th of July weekend. Between Friday and yesterday, over 100 were shot and 15 killed. Cook County Commissioner Richard Boykin was joined by the Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr. yesterday as the pair announced a state of emergency tour.
We demand that we make sure that our neighborhoods are safe and that our kids aren't gunned down.
The amount of gun violence is perplexing some police experts because successful tactics used over Memorial Day didn't seem to work over the 4th of July. An investigation prompted after a 12-year-old boy from Chicago drowned at a church in northwest Indiana. Authorities say Davion Henderson was found unresponsive in a pool at the Fairhaven Baptist Church in Chesterton. 2 Cook County commissioners are proposing creation of a county ID card for people living in the U.S. without documentation. And Cook County leaders say they'll cut 10% from their budget if a judge blocks the county's proposed soda tax. Cubs rally past the Rays 7-3. A's over the White Sox 7-4. The news service of Cabela's. Head to Cabela's summer clearance going on now. Protect your family on your next picnic in the backyard or day at the lake with 40% off all in-stock screen shelters and canopies, from clothing and footwear to fishing and shooting gear. There's savings for everybody at Cabela's summer clearance. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, General Electric, Merck, and Canon could be facing action from the European Union. The Wall Street Journal says the EU's antitrust unit is accusing the companies of failing to properly follow rules for mergers. The EU says GE may have misled regulators when it merged with LM Wind Power. Merck's deal with lab testing company Sigma Aldrich is also being reviewed. Konica Minolta is buying California-based medical diagnostics company Ambry Genetics. It's a deal worth up to $1 billion. The True Religion jeans brand will close at least 27 stores now that it has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. USA Today says the list could grow. True Religion has about 140 stores. The Dow Jones Industrials dropped a point yesterday. The Nasdaq was up 40, and the S&P gained 3. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Jenny Cosola.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
For 5 years, I was with this other company, and I tried everything, and it was costing me a fortune. And on top of that, it wasn't working. And I said, ever since I've taken this product, I have kissed that goodbye. Matter of fact, I said, this has been the first winter that I have gone through without a flu or nothing.
Last year I started on the Balance of Nature. I'm telling you, it really built me up, and it really helped me.
My cholesterol went down. Only after taking it 1 month, I went down 20 points.
I feel better already with it. I just feel it's made my life more predictable, more useful.
Take Dr. Howard's Health Challenge and find out how to get 2 free sets of fruits and veggies. We'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Home isn't just a place. It's a feeling. Whether you're at home, your business, or online, ADT helps keep you safe. With security systems, home automation, alarms, and surveillance. So you can feel at home, wherever you are. Go to ADT.com to get that feeling. ADT, home, safe home.
With Quicken Loans, our simple process helps you understand all the details so you can be confident that you're getting the right mortgage. Call 800-QUICKEN or go completely online with Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.875%, APR 4.23%. Call 800-QUICKEN or get started online at rocketmortgage.com. Apply simply, understand fully, mortgage confidently.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
8:07, a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. In for Jim, here's Al.
Thank you, Mike. On the Edens inbound, we've got no delays to speak of. Outbound, it's a 25-minute ride there. It slows from Peterson to about Niles Center Road. Kennedy inbound is 33, O'Hare to downtown, 31 on the outbound side. And the Eisenhower inbound, it's 48 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, 29 in from Mannheim. Back out, a 50-minute ride. Stevenson's an hour 4 from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 40 on the outbound trip. And Dan Ryan, 32 minutes in, 95th to downtown, no outbound delays. 57 in, slows from Halstead to the Ryan, Bishop Ford in, from the Stony Island feeder to the Ryan, a bit of a backup. Lakeshore Drive southbound is slow from 18th to the Stevenson. Also, the outbound Stevenson exit ramp is jammed up. And northbound Lakeshore Drive is heavy from Soldier Field to Jackson. Tri-State southbound from Balmoral to the O'Hare Oasis, a backup there. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Partly sunny, hot and humid today, high 91. A strong late-night thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy with a low 70. Sun and clouds tomorrow, high 83. No moonlit night, low of 60. Saturday, mostly sunny, high 81. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 72. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan, and in for Amy this morning, Chicago Tribune columnist John Cass. And John, Republicans are having their struggles on the Hill. There's no question about that. And Trump, depending on your perspective, creates as many problems for Republicans as he does for Democrats. But the good news for Republicans and Trump supporters is that in this binary political world in which we live in America, you got the Democrats on the other side. And what they're offering is, according to Matt Iglesias over at Vox.com, a soon-to-be octogenarian socialist is their 2020 Democrat frontrunner for President of the United States, Bernie Sanders. That's the Matt Iglesias piece this morning. And the DCCC, the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee, has a new bumper sticker where they're ripping from Saturday Night Live when it used to be funny back in the 80s. John Lovitz as Mike Dukakis, remember? I can't believe I'm losing to this guy. Democrats 2018, their slogan. I mean, have you seen the other guys?
I saw that at the beginning.
We got that.
I saw that in the package you offered 5 in the morning, and I thought it was just a joke. That's a serious slogan?
Not an onion. Not an onion story.
Well, what does that tell us about the Democrats? That they don't know what they're about?
They're idea-free and they're identity-obsessed, and this is why you're getting think pieces like one over the weekend from McKay Coppins in The Atlantic describing how the left lost its mind. So there's a lot of self-introspection. Well, that's redundant. A lot of introspection going on among the intellectuals of the left as they're looking at what the Democrats on the Hill and the Democrat power structure are offering up, both in terms of messaging and potential presidential candidates. For more on this topic, we're pleased to be joined by our friend Rich Lowry. He's the editor of National Review, nationalreview.com, is also a Fox News contributor. Rich, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Happy belated 4th.
Yes, same to you. And so, this reflective week where we celebrate America's independence, where do we find ourselves, the political landscape, as we're talking about what Trump and the congressional Republicans are doing and the internal challenges they face, as well as clearly the internal struggles facing the Democrats?
Well, I think Trump's position is kind of fair to middling. It's not as catastrophic as you see in the headlines every day and hear on some of the cable TV networks, but it's not great. but he's held the Republican base, and as long as he does that, he's going to have some political potency and a real shot at re-election in 2020 to get way ahead of us. And the Democrats are lurching left, especially on economics, but on everything else. And I think kind of Bernie Sanders, one, is probably right that he's the front runner at this early election for the Democrats. And two, he has a better idea of where the party should be than a lot of more so-called mainstream Democrats, because I think there is room for the party to go further left on economics. I don't think there's a lot of downside in this environment to be in favor of, say, free tuition for college kids. But Sanders has also been open to more flexibility on the cultural issues. There was this episode a month or two ago where he endorsed a pro-life mayoral candidate in Omaha, Nebraska, and a lot of national Democrats were outraged by that. But I think that's what Democrats need to realize if they're going to recover, is they need to give on some cultural issues, even if it's symbolic, even if it's rhetorical. But that's what the party has a real hard time acknowledging.
But one problem for Bernie Sanders, though, as their potential nominee, is that if he and his wife are in federal prison for bank fraud, then it'll be difficult for him to run unless he wants to do it LaRouche style.
Yeah, point taken.
But also, he's got that Big Rock Candy Mountain economic platform where, like the Pete Seeger song, I don't know if that really holds up over the long term, but I guess it does appeal to the leftist base, which brings the question, are intellectuals on the left in the same position now as were intellectuals on the right just a few years ago, with a party without some place to stand?
Yeah, well, as a practical matter, after every major election loss, you have this kind of soul-searching on the part of the party that was defeated. But usually what brings the party back is not repositioning so much as the other party screwing up. So, after when George W. Bush won a re-election, there was all this agonizing, what can Democrats do to appeal to so-called values voters? They don't really figure that out. Instead, Katrina happened, and the Iraq War went south, and then there was a financial crisis, and Barack Obama won an election probably any Democrat would have won. So that's typically how it works. But there is some interesting thinking going on, especially on the issue of immigration, where you've had a number of center-left intellectuals saying the Democratic Party has gone too far on immigration. It's too absolutist. It's too extreme. It's too out of touch where middle America is. Even Fareed Zakaria, whose whole show and whole shtick is based on appealing to the global elite, even he wrote the other day that Democrats need to acknowledge the economic and, amazingly, the cultural costs of immigration. So I think that's a very interesting opening there. Whether the party will actually moderate on that, I don't know, but it shows how Trump's election has at least moved the Overton window a little bit on that issue.
Well, right, and it's also providing kind of a bright dividing line between the two camps, right? Even if you kind of disagree on the margins, whether it's style or substance on a particular issue, when you have Trump taking one position on the side of police, on the side of border enforcement, on the side of families who've been victimized by persons here illegally that everybody says shouldn't be here, but are here nonetheless, victimizing Americans. And the response this week is the Naturalize Now campaign. Sanctuary cities, including our fair city, Chicago, pledging to make 1 million immigrants U.S. citizens this year. I don't know if those persons are here legally or illegally, or if the left even makes the difference. But you've got 21 of the kind of, epicenters of liberalism around the country that are continuing full speed in this direction, while 80% of the public seems to be on the side of Trump when it comes to legislation like Kate's Law.
Yeah, Kate's Law, there was a House vote on it the other day. This is a law mostly symbolic. It would strengthen the penalties for illegal reentry if you're caught reentering 3 or more times. So this isn't a radical measure. Only 24 House Democrats voted for it. Only 24. And that just shows where the party is at the moment on immigration. And there was an interesting Morning Consult poll yesterday on the the so-called travel ban, 60% of people approved it, and if I'm not mistaken, something like 30% of Democrats. So again, it shows on that issue, Trump's position has a lot of appeal.
Well, and just now the other piece of that, since I mentioned police, this assassination of this New York police officer the other day, and now the Facebook rant of the killer who was killed by police after he pulled a gun on them when they confronted him. And this in the context of the D.C. press corps talking about Trump's tweets and parody videos potentially inciting violence, but they are completely, blind to their own exposure when it comes to covering without critique, if not celebrating, the rhetoric of Black Lives Matter and other hateful rhetoric directed at police.
Yeah, this is another issue. Bill Clinton in the 1990s would have understood you need to be with the police. A Bill Clinton running last year would have understood that you should slap down Colin Kaepernick and just say, look, you're a famous person. You're paid a lot of money for playing a game. The least you can do for this country that's done so much for you is stand up for 2 minutes during the national anthem. But no one would say that except for Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They had to back down and apologize. So, again, the Democrats are just wildly out of touch on these kind of issues.
The prospect for Obamacare replace coming out of the Senate in the near term and moving this along to get to tax reform?
I'd say it's probably less than 50%.
Really?
There's still a deal there that's possible, but Susan Collins seems a pretty hard no. Rand Paul, everyone in the Senate leadership's kind of assumed all along he was going to end up being a no, so then he can't lose anyone else. And Dean Heller seems pretty dug in as a no. And the problem here is, Republicans voted a year ago, I think all of them except for two maybe, just for a repeal-only bill that didn't even have any replace. But the problem is a lot of these moderates on the issue of Medicaid from expansion states, they weren't serious about that vote. They were disingenuous about that vote. They only voted for that bill because they knew it would be vetoed by President Obama. And now that they're firing with really real bullets, there's a whole bunch of cold feet. So I wouldn't be shocked if this thing doesn't get out of the Senate. I wouldn't say it's dead, but I would say the odds are against it.
All right. He is Rich Lowry, editor of National Review, nationalreview.com, also a Fox News contributor. Rich, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
You too. And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The weather is hot and humid with partial sunshine, a high of 91. Water the tomatoes, and tonight, partly cloudy with a strong thunderstorm late. Storms can bring damaging winds, they say. Low of 70. Al, how's the traffic?
John, not too bad. On the Edens inbound, we have no delays. On the outbound trip, it's 28 from Montrose to Lake Cook. Kennedy inbound, that's a 34-minute ride, O'Hare to downtown, 31 back out to O'Hare. Eisenhower in is 48 to the post office, 49 back out to Thorndale. Stevenson an hour 8, that's the hot spot from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and 40 minutes on the outbound side. Dan Ryan is 32 into downtown, no outbound delays. 57 inbound slows from Halstead to the Ryan, left lane is closed with road work till November. Bishop Ford inbound is tight from 111th to the Ryan. Southbound Lakeshore Drive taps the brakes from 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound between Soldier Field and Jackson traffic is backed up. Tri-State southbound slows from Balmoral to the O'Hare Oasis. Northbound from the Reagan to North Avenue is jammed. The westbound 290 exit ramp is full. I'm Al Verdi in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Your kids won't be thinking about school very much this summer, but it's the perfect time for you to think about where you'll be sending your child back to school this fall. More and more parents are thinking about private school, and maybe that's you. Well, private school has never been more affordable thanks to halfpriceschools.com, where you can find tuition vouchers for private schools across Chicagoland available at half the normal price. There's no catch. It's simple. Find a school near you, purchase the tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school this fall. Halfpriceschools.com has schools located all across Chicagoland, including schools in Chicago itself, Antioch, Westchester, Elgin, Bensonville, Oak Lawn, Kankakee, LaSalle, Peru, Romeoville, Aurora. So don't delay. Summer won't last forever, and school will be starting again before you know it. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. Many of these vouchers have already sold out, so don't wait. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Please don't text while driving.
Did you know your organization's logo can do far more than you think?
Your logo carried my clothes to the gym.
Your logo kept my coffee warm all morning. Your logo charged my phone last night.
When the highly trained team at 4imprint put your logo on things people actually use, you'll be amazed at how powerful your logo can be. Not only will we unleash the full power of your logo, we'll show you the top 3 promotional items for driving new customers absolutely free. Text TEAM to 642-642 now. Every time your customers enjoy one of our promotional items with your logo, they'll think of you. Plus, with free art assistance, we'll make every item look fantastic for a great price. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Your logo keeps my laptop safe.
Your logo keeps me dry. Attract new customers, reward employees, and make a lasting impression. Discover the top 3 promotional items for free. Text TEAM to 642-642. That's TEAM to 642-642.
I used to play a lot of sports in college, but when I got older, my legs started to burn and ache, making it hard to work out. Then I noticed those varicose and spider veins. I couldn't believe it. I thought this only happened to my mom and her friends.
The professionals at Vein Clinics of America have performed over 1 million personalized procedures for their patients, making them the largest, most experienced vein treatment center in the U.S. Using state-of-the-art laser and minimally invasive treatments, they can begin restoring your legs back to health in as little as 1 hour with no downtime, and most treatments are covered by insurance.
I called Vein Clinics of America, and they fixed my legs. No more ugly veins. Now I can run and do squats again.
Guys, get back in the game. Call now and schedule a free fast-track consultation with one of our doctors and learn how you can finally get rid of those embarrassing varicose and spider veins. Space is limited, so call now. 800-402-0707. That's 800-402-0707. 800-402-0707.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Take Dr. Howard's Health Challenge and find out how to get 2 free sets of fruits and veggies. We'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
All that extra weight is messing with your health, your sleep, your social life, even your love life. Time to take control. I'm Dr. Frank Marticello, and that's exactly what I did. I always worked out, worked hard, and no matter what I did, I couldn't lose that weight. I then saw a picture of myself, and that's what did it. I had to search for a solution. I found the ideal method. I lost 80 pounds, opened Total Life Weight Loss, and that was 9 years ago, and I've kept it off. Listen to this.
I hated being on meds needed only because I was overweight. I was tired of being tired and wearing black all the time. So I turned to Total Life Weight Loss. It was truly a life changer. Total Life Weight Loss gave me support and strategies to get rid of the weight and maintain my new current weight. I love the way I look and feel.
This is a medically developed protocol that helps you lose weight fast, get healthy, and keep it off for life. Call Total Life Weight Loss now at 708-695-5999 to book your free metabolic assessment or attend one of our free educational workshops. Again, that's 708-695-5999.
July is Patriotism Month at Schrank Smoking Gun. In honor of Independence Day, everyone who purchases a firearm in July at Schrank's will automatically be registered to win a really cool Charter Arms Old Glory 38 Special Revolver. It's designed just like Old Glory, our beautiful American flag. During July, you can also save on select ammo with Schrank's Buy 3, Get 1 free deal. You already know that Schrank's has Lake County's largest selection of new, used, and consignment pistols, rifles, shotguns, and ammo, plus full gunsmith services. And you know that Schrank's has a great selection of your favorite cigars. Don't forget, you'll avoid Cook County taxes by purchasing your firearms from Schranks. They're the firearms store generations of customers trust. Don't miss your chance to win the Charter Arms Old Glory 38 Special Revolver. Visit SmokeTheletterN.gun.org or call 847-662-4034. Schrank Smoking Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and John Cass in for Amy. And, hey, John, kind of a welcome to the neighborhood, Chicago style, in my neighborhood, Streeterville. The 56th floor window at 474 North Lakeshore Drive. I'm at 505 North Lakeshore Drive. Bullet wound that window suffered. Bullet flew through a 56th floor window in the Streeterville condo.
From the inside out?
From the outside in.
Uh-huh.
Neil Sukhatme, a former Chicago, now teaches law at Georgetown University, working at his desk in his parents' high-rise home, when he heard glass shatter early Monday morning. He thought it could have been errant fireworks, but then he saw a bullet hole in his parents' living room window, and his wife found a bullet nearby in the condo.
What was it, a 22?
They don't say exactly. It must be at the lab.
Here's the thing about Streeterville. If you're on the south side on 4th of July or New Year's Eve, you know where you're supposed to go? If you're a cop or a paramedic? Under the viaduct. Because people tend to point guns in the air and fire bullets into the air to celebrate. That's why you go under the viaduct. Out there in Streeterville, Tony Streeterville,
yeah.
What the heck?
Well,
what's going on, Rom?
As I try to suggest often on this show, when the city burns down, when all the civic institutions collapse, nobody is insulated,
It's
including my neighbors in Tony Streeterville, by the way, from just doing the body count. Not that anybody cares. 102 people shot between late Friday afternoon and early Wednesday in Chicago. How's the Peace in the Streets initiative going?
Not going too well, but you know what is going well for Rahm is that he's basically co-opted all the black opposition in the city. He's played a game, an inside game with them, buying them with public money, and they're with them, or at least pretending to be endorsing. And nobody's raising money. I don't see anybody out there raising money for a run. Do you? So he has done a political job of keeping the opposition down right at the very moment when Laquan McDonald trial is going to commence.
It's incredible.
And people are being slaughtered in the streets in the poorest neighborhoods that need help.
Cities bankrupt, schools are bankrupt. They don't provide the services or the quality of education that they promise. Highest black unemployment in the country.
I've seen
people,
this movie.
People fleeing, the city shrinking.
I've seen the movie.
And people dying.
You know what it's called? Gangs of New York.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when they grab you by the waistcoat as you're having your cream Bermuda onions for brunch.
I've seen the movie, too. It's called Escape from New York. All right. Coming up after we check the headlines with Mike Scott, we'll take your calls about Illinois as House Democrats and surrender Republicans are poised to override Governor Rauner's veto this afternoon and institute those huge tax increases. But now, let's turn over to Mike Scott.
75 degrees, mostly clear skies. The Nissan of St. Charles newsroom. Nissan of St. Charles, home of the Lifetime Advantage warranty. We're tracking a developing story this morning in Loganville, Georgia, where several are dead from an overnight stabbing. Homicide detectives and crime scene units are on the scene. Gwinnett Police spokeswoman Michelle Pajera says a man and 4 children were killed, one other child hospitalized in very serious condition.
I don't have an exact age or the gender of the children, but I've been told by the first responding detectives that the children are all very young.
A woman is being detained in connection with their deaths. She has been identified as the wife of the man and the mother of the children. President Trump has a message for Russia one day ahead of his meeting with Vladimir Putin.
We urge Russia to cease its destabilizing activities in Ukraine and elsewhere, and its support for hostile regimes, including Syria and Iran.
Addressing the people of Poland in Warsaw, the president talked about the importance of security and nations working together. Protests at that G20 summit could get ugly. Anti-capitalist militants are planning what they call Welcome to Hell demonstrations as President Trump and other world leaders gather for the summit in Hamburg, Germany. People in Montana feeling the effects of a strong but shallow earthquake. The 5.8 magnitude quake struck about 6 miles southeast of the town of Lincoln. Quake reportedly felt as far west as Billings and in Spokane and Pullman, Washington. Illinois could see its first budget in almost 3 years by the end of the day. However, the House will have to try and override the governor's budget veto to do it. And even with that 32% income tax increase on you, Illinois will still have junk credit. Moody's Investor Service says the $5 billion tax increase, along with a new state budget with no cuts, may be a step forward, but it doesn't deal with Illinois' $250 billion pension debt or very little of the $15 billion backlog of unpaid bills. One man in critical condition this morning pulled from Lake Michigan on Chicago's south side near the 31st Street beach. 2 Cook County commissioners proposing creation of a county ID card for those living without documentation in the county. Commissioners Chuy Garcia and John Fritchie are behind that effort. Cubs over the Rays 7-3. A's top the White Sox in Oakland 7-4. The news, a service of Hum by Verizon. With Hum by Verizon, you can expect advice from a certified mechanic the same way you turn on the AC, with the push of a button. With a mechanic's hotline, vehicle diagnostics, and more, Hum is the technology that connects you to your car. Learn more at hum.com. 8:34 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee. Safety. It's so important at your industrial facility. You need to keep your personnel safe and meet OSHA requirements. One problem with your ladders, platforms, or safety guards, and you could be facing costly fines. Vans Industrial helps you meet OSHA standards to keep your employees safe.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. As a business owner, I realize the importance of keeping my employees safe, and I'm here to offer my expertise. Vans Industrial is a specialty contractor uniquely equipped to design, fabricate, and install safety equipment, including walkways, handrails, stairways, and machinery guards. Our Vans Industrial team can inspect existing systems, engineer solutions, fabricate quality goods, and install them with trained pros, all making a safer environment for your employees.
Call 219-931-4881 today for a free inspection of your facility. Interested in what else they do? Visit vansindustrial.com. That's VANS industrial.com. Quality craftsmanship since 1964. A good parking lot is essential to a good building and a good business.
This is Kevin Berquist. My company is SKC Construction, home of GreatParkingLots.com. Great parking lots. The name says it all. We make your parking lot great. We are an industry leader in seal coating. You can trust our company to do the work for your company. We have the same traditional values as you. We use a process and application that makes sure you get a great job that lasts a long time. I guarantee you'll have a good experience. Go to our website, GreatParkingLots.com. Check it out, GreatParkingLots.com.
Go to GreatParkingLots.com. Schedule a free inspection and get a quote to make your parking lot a great parking lot. Save the expense. Fix, don't replace. Contact SKC Construction now for commercial parking lot seal coating and maintenance. SKC Construction, home of GreatParkingLots.com. GreatParkingLots.com.
8:36, a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. In for Jim, here's Al.
Mike, on the Edens, we're not looking at any inbound delays. Outbound, though, it's heavy. Pratt to Church and from Glenview to Willow. 31 from Montrose out to Lake Cook. On the outbound Kennedy, 32 minutes. And inbound, what do we have here? 45 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. Eisenhower in is 48, Thorndale to the post office, 45 back out. Stevenson inbound very heavy, an hour 3 from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 40 on the outbound side, and 55 northbound from Route 53 to Cass, a backup. Dan Ryan in is 33, 95th to downtown, and 15 down to 95th. 57 inbound slows from 111th to the Ryan, and the Bishop Ford inbound also from 111th to the Ryan, a little bit of a backup. 20 minutes in from 8094. Southbound Lakeshore Drive slows between 18th and the Stevenson. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Hot and humid. Partial sunshine, high 91 today. Strong storms moving into the area overnight with a low of 70. Currently 75. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next with John Cass. Sitting in for Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan, and in for Amy is John Cass. And John, Moody's saying they may downgrade Illinois to junk status even with the tax increase that Democrats and surrender Republicans have advanced and are scheduled to implement if the House overrides Governor Rauner's veto this afternoon, as is predicted. Now, we were having this discussion off air. We should have it on air. The question I'll put out, though, to our friends and listening audience first is, let's say the veto isn't overridden and it stands. Then the hot potato's back in Rauner's hands. And you have the prospect, short of a stopgap budget, of many schools not being able to open or stay open for very long without some general state aid funding allocated to them. So the question is, what if the schools couldn't open because Rauner stood his ground? Would you be okay with that? Would that be the clarifying event that we need in Illinois? Hey, do I got your attention now that your kids are at home rather than at school?
Or will I blame him because I want the kids to have babysitters while I'm at work?
Right. I mean, do you want the clarifying event where you get people's attention who are otherwise kind of blithely go through life in this state, not paying much attention and just taking the punishment for good reasons and not so good reasons? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro. Text line, do you want our version of the siege on Madison that Scott Walker endured and prevailed, or and it would this would be that event because it would focus the state's attention. I can guarantee you, with 2.1 million kids in K through 12 education, 90% in public schools, half of those schools probably couldn't stay open for more than a quarter. That would get everybody's attention. Do you want that? Do you think that's what's necessary to really chart a new course for Illinois?
In chaos, there is opportunity.
Yeah, we'll take your calls on it. What do you think, John?
In chaos, there is opportunity. That's one way to look at it. Although early news reports, I was looking at Treb questions. Are there enough Democrats and Republicans even in the State House now to override? And are they ready to override? And if they're not enough, you can say, oh, I don't have enough. People didn't show up. What can I do about it?
Well, I mean, here's what I think. In terms of the override, I think it is going to happen. I think Madigan wants it to happen. And I don't think that's the best scenario for Madigan. I think he provides an opportunity for Rauner. So I guess.
In what respect? This is Madigan's tax increase.
Madigan's tax increase. And Rauner, despite 15 Republicans folding in the House and the key Republican folding, one being the key that was needed for a supermajority and the override in the Senate. Despite those 16 surrender Republicans, Rauner vetoed it and stood against both parties, you could argue, in the General Assembly and said, no, I'm not going down that road. So you own the tax increase, the political royals in the General Assembly, and Rauner gets to kind of reposition himself as the outside guy. So I think there's great political benefit. If Madigan threw the hot potato back in his hands, I'm not sure that Rauner wouldn't fumble it. And end up being worse, getting the worst of all worlds, essentially ultimately capitulating on the tax increases and suffering even more political damage than he's already inflicted upon himself in the process.
We talked about this for years. The last time I was on, I did a column on it. Rauner had the opportunity to go to war on this issue when he first came into office. Didn't want to do it. So
by the way,
are you thinking like a guy who didn't want to fight the last time wants really to fight now?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question because he is not. He's been the guy who wants to stay out of the fray, play the innocent bystander role. I'm open to compromise, so let's see what happens. That is not executive leadership, and that is not the insurgent kind of change agent that he promised to be when he ran. It's just not.
He was not born a poor black man.
And so here's the thing. Madigan already has the political cover he needs for what he really cares about. What he really cares about is being speaker. And so because of those 15 Republicans who voted for the tax hikes, and they gave cover, I should say, to 8 suburban and downstate targets who got to vote no. So he's well positioned for what he really cares about, the majority in the House. So go ahead and pass the override. Otherwise, you could take the chance on Rauner going to the mat and mishandling it, as he is mishandled so much through largely errors of omission, not doing anything, not saying anything, not saying anything cogent, not saying anything important, not saying anything that provides black and white contrast. And so that's why I think Madigan does go ahead for the override, even though potentially he could have Rauner self-immolate if he didn't.
Or Rauner could take that opportunity and go to war and crush it, but there's no indication of past performance that would happen.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be an inflection point for the 2018 cycle. Now, this is complicated because, of course, I don't want the tax increase, but I think the override is more politically advantageous to Republicans, both the governor as well as Republican candidates who are trying to come from outside the system in. So that's the contradiction. You don't want the policy, but you can't get rid of these policy makers, or it's more difficult to get rid of these policy makers without them continuing on their destructive path.
Years ago, when I used to talk to Daley and his people, the schools were about to go to crisis and a strike. You know what I told them? My advice was, politically, let it happen. Take the strike and carve out some kind of fundamental changes so you could keep this thing going.
Well, by the way,
but they don't want to.
On school funding, just so you understand this, the school funding piece of this budget deal, the tax hikes, no spending reforms, is also the redistribution of monies away from suburban school districts and to Bailout Chicago, CPS, and to downstate school districts. So just understand something. If it wasn't bad enough imposing these new confiscatory tax burdens on Illinois families, suburban Republicans like Steve Anderson in Geneva and David Harris in Arlington Heights voted to defund their schools and ship those dollars to Chicago in particular and downstate a little bit. This is how enthusiastic they are about surrendering to the Chicago Democrats, who've been in charge of Chicago for 100 years and have destroyed that city financially, been in charge of Illinois with help from their junior partners in the Republicans in the Republican Party intermittently, like these 16, and have destroyed the state of Illinois financially, and we want to continue doing the same things, even though the rating services and these are always the last people to the dance, are essentially saying, like Moody's, even with this, you're still looking at junk status because you're not changing the trajectory of the state. Darlene in Tinley Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, I am a teacher. I just sub now, and I am so sick of the wasted money used in our public schools. I was a high school teacher. I'm not saying where. I see all the corruption. How do we get rid of these corrupt politicians? Is it because there's too many people on welfare and because of our sanctuary cities? I don't mind giving people a hand up. I do mind paying for people that are sitting at home using drugs, having sex, and they don't work and they're collecting money. And then we get, when they defund everything like the pension, which I don't get. I taught at a business college for many years, so I just took the money out that I had because the 6 years high school, junior college wasn't that much. So I just sub now, which I need to do. So I'm just letting you know that when I taught at the business college, that was Social Security. But it has nothing to do with what my comment is. We're having field houses built at all the schools I'm in, and that's a total unnecessary expense. Why do they defund everything, and how do we get rid of them?
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Darlene. You know, I would say, by the way, and I've said this before, the lowest information voters are in some of the wealthiest neighborhoods and suburban enclaves. The low information voters, it's not necessarily welfare recipients or persons here illegally. There shouldn't be voters, but I take your point. Or new Americans, let's say. The lowest information voters, lakefront, all the way up to the Wisconsin border, west to about Harms Road, maybe Waukegan Road, John. Is that fair?
I could see them in ancient Rome opening their throats to the Visigoths gleefully as they come over the walls. Because that's a kind of...
I can't improve on that metaphor.
That's what they are. They're willing to... They don't want to be shamed, so they're willing to just give it up.
Is it Jenny in Chicago?
Janie.
Oh, Janie. Janie in Chicago. Hi, Janie.
Hi, how are you? I'm calling because I listen to you guys every day, you and Amy. I live down the street from Amy, and every time I listen to you guys talk about the corruption here in Chicago and in Illinois, I keep thinking, God, I got to get out of here. I got to move. And I'm wondering, why do you stay? I know you have a job. You could probably get a job anywhere. And I want to know what keeps you here.
Vitriol. My bottomless reservoir of vitriol. No, seriously, why do I here? Because I love Chicago. I love Illinois. My family's still here. My friends are here. The golf club I belong to is here. I love the city. I love the state. And you know what? I'm just one of these obstinate guys, lashed to the mast kind of guy, who says, why should I leave? They're the ones who suck. So I'm just going to put in the fight like Whittaker Chambers did, assuming I'm going to lose. And who knows? I may be wrong like Whittaker Chambers was, and we may end up on the right side someday. It's just not going to be today. But that's why.
I believe that people like you will keep everybody on their toes, and I hope it turns around, you know?
Yeah. Well, and I hope good people who get it and can do grade school math at minimum stay. But I know they're not. Thanks for the call, Janie. Appreciate it. Oh, John, why are you staying?
Because I was born here. I'm staying here. This is my state, and I'm not going to let some gangsters push me out.
Yeah,
that's really what it is.
You know what it's like?
My kids are here. My family, my cousins, my friends.
Yeah,
the whole tribe of us. I'm not.
You know, and neither one of us. I know they were trying to make this say heroic, but it's. I think about it like the law-abiding, families who had their neighborhoods overrun on the south side or the west side by gangbangers. But they don't want to leave. Why should I leave? You're not going to push me out of my home. That's the attitude. And, but that is not to blame people who are leaving and say, look, I can't afford to be here. I got to chart a better course of life for my family at a more affordable rate. I get that too. It's tough sledding, and they love the tough sledding. Understand this. The Democrats in charge, Madigan, Cullerton, and the whole raft of them, they're happy to see you leave.
Oh.
See you later. They could care less.
They want you to go.
The more people who are independent thinkers leave, the more you're left with people who are insulated from terrible public policy. They're either wealthy and low information voters, as I was describing.
So it doesn't bother them.
Right, or beneficiaries of transfer payments, and very little in the middle, and that's fine with the Democrats. It's
Look, if you're in the
San
middle
Francisco.
class, if you're in the middle class in this state, and you vote for a Democrat, you're voting for Mike Madigan to rule things.
Yeah, and
that's how it works. There's no other math there.
And you also hate your money. You hate your school systems. I mean,
but clearly
seriously.
you're giving Madigan the power.
Marie in Algonquin.
Yes, good morning. Well, I very much agree with the previous caller. I think her name was Darlene. All this budget now that is going to do is push the can down the road some more, and it's going to make the situation tremendously worse, even worse than it is now. Because, as you say, there will be the people who will leave. There are those, of course, who won't for various reasons. But you're certainly right. I think a lot of the know-nothing or low information suburbanites that have been helping the cause to be as bad as it is. So, and as you mentioned before, of course, Moody's, we're still going to have junk bond status, even with the tax increases they're proposing. But I don't see any, new businesses certainly not going to want to come here. There are those that are here, some of which was, I think, consider leaving also. It's just going to make the situation a whole lot worse, basically, for the middle class, that poor middle class. And
thanks for the call.
I just hope that Rauner does stick to what he has been saying and does not go ahead with the current proposal.
Thanks for the call, Marie. Appreciate it. Lucy in the southwest suburbs.
Good morning, gentlemen. I have a quick comment. I called with Bruce and Sean the other day, and when we were complaining about this, and I looked up those 15 Republicans, and 11 out of those 15 Republicans all sit on higher education committees. And I told those gentlemen what I suspect is this has a lot to do with the school districts and the teachers' pensions, along with the other state pensions. But here's the thing, Dan, I want to tell you. I go out, I vote for the opposing team. I go to the school board meetings. Nobody listens to us. Mm-hmm. They don't care about what me, the little guy, is doing. They don't care about us. You go to the school board meetings, they don't pay attention, and they run us into debt, and they don't care. It's left for us. It's on our backs. What do we do?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Lucy. I mean, we got to win elections.
Got to say no. Just got to say
no.
No.
And you got to put, and the schools which drive your property taxes and drive your home equity away. I focus on state legislative races, but local races now too, including school board races. You have got, I know they're not glamorous positions, and I know a few people pay attention, but that's where in the suburbs, 75 to 95% of your property tax bill goes. You got to field candidates for school board in your communities and get control of your schools with responsible fiduciaries on those boards that are willing to stand up to the superintendent and the unions.
I think every superintendent in Illinois who has anything to say about tax increases, we should have the name published and then the pension that he or she is going to get for the next 30, 40 years. I'd like to see that. Then you'll find out how things really are.
Steve on the south side.
Hey, good morning, guys. I grew up in the city, and there's a lot of municipal workers that I know, and unfortunately, they're their own worst enemies. They think the money grows on the trees. They see all this corruption up above, and they see all these people in charge, with all the backroom deals, and they want their share too. I think it's going to take an entire generation to get rid of the politics, and we have to start with the people at the top, the Madigan, the Prepwinkle, all these people at the top need to go.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Steve, you point up something that's really important. Here's the thing. Here's what happens in a kleptocracy, which is what Illinois is. People say, I see how the system works. It's not what you provide, the good or service you provide. It's who you know, what kind of clout you have, or cloud, as Mayor Daley would say, because he doesn't talk about clout, as you famously memorialized. A cloud. But so people get in line to get their special deal. You just beget more rent-seeking behavior, their waiver, their inside contract. So the play is also to eschew the kleptocracy. I'm not going to be a participant in it, and encourage those within your circles to do the same. By the way, what can you do? Everybody who's listening, everybody that I've spoken with, has a circle of influence. Friends, family, co-volunteers for organizations, co-parishioners at church, on and on and on. Be the opinion leader within your circle of influence. Prompt these conversations. Don't wait for them to come to you. Have difficult conversations at family gatherings and barbecues and PTA meetings and so forth. Be an opinion leader aggressively. Demand that people engage and respond, and try and get people who are thinking, improperly to think a second time about what they're supporting in this state. That's something that everybody can do. Be an opinion leader in your circle of influence.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I hate cleaning my gutters. I kept hearing ads for that gutter guard system, so I thought, why not? I'll get an estimate. I was shocked. I never thought gutter guards could cost so much. Then I heard about Spring Rock gutter guards. The estimate is free, so it made sense to at least compare them. I was shocked again by how much money they saved me. I'm talking thousands, like enough to take my family to Disney World. They take a different approach to gutter protection. A completely closed design keeps all types of debris out of your gutters. Sure, those higher-priced systems may keep the leaves out, but Spring Rock gets the job done at up to half the price with no compromise on quality. Spring Rock also comes with the same lifetime warranty. If the gutter system ever clogs, they will clean it out for free, no questions asked. Same result for less money. That's smart. There's more than one option when it comes to gutter guards. Compare today and save at springrockgutters.com or call 708-571-0632. Special financing is available. Drain your gutters, not your wallet.
My legs were awful.
I always felt uncomfortable and self-conscious.
I had never been real happy about the spider veins in my ankles and my legs.
I started noticing fatigue in my leg.
I was so self-conscious. Then I went to Vein Clinics of America.
It's time to love your legs again. Vein Clinics of America is the oldest, largest, most experienced vein treatment center in the U.S. Using state-of-the-art laser and minimally invasive treatments, they can begin restoring the natural beauty of your legs in as little as 1 hour with no downtime, and most treatments are covered by insurance.
I found the Vein Clinics of America, and look at my legs now.
You just feel like, you know what, I want to do so much today. It's such a big difference.
My experience with Vein Clinics of America was amazing.
Make sure your legs look and feel their best for summer. Call now to schedule a free fast-track consultation to find out how you can finally get rid of those embarrassing varicose and spider veins. Call 800-402-0707. 800-402-0707. That's 800-402-0707.
The backyard's looking great, Rob.
Thanks, man. I was planning on adding a deck, too. Know any good contractors?
Why don't you just ask Home Advisor?
Home what?
HomeAdvisor.com. You just tell them about your project and they match you with local pros that can do the job.
Nice. Now, how much does it cost?
Oh, Home Advisor's totally free to use. Plus, you can read customer reviews, check pricing, and book appointments for free.
What's the website again?
HomeAdvisor.com. Or just download the free Home Advisor app.
Home Advisor. It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Words are easy, but actions matter.